What's cooking? You are very welcome to the show where we stir up delicious meals.
So who's Lali and who's Lola?
Okay, should we confuse her?
Give me small water. A little more than you pour everything. So now if the thing doesn't cook well,
It will be you.
We share inspiring stories.
I was planning to move to Ghana and I was looking for tea. Whenever I come to Ghana on holiday, I was always looking for different types of tea.
You were really in the UK before.
Yeah, I was in the UK.
And we savor every single moment at the dining table.
I said, what's cooking? Nobody minded me. But as there are judges here, in fact, all rise.
Why are you like this?
Because I'm going to judge here.
My name is Apioko Seyram Ashong Abe, and I am your host. Apioko is enough for me, and here on the show, I'm ready to take you through everything that you need to know in the kitchen of kitchens.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
It's really lovely. Really fragrant. It's almost like perfume.
Yeah. What is macaroni pie? If you ask any Barbadian, they'll tell you that one of their favorite dishes is macaroni pie.
So it's time. Grab your apron, sharpen your knives, and get ready to get cooking with me right here on What's Cooking.
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper, and Susie Herbal Center.
Hello there, good to have you join us once again. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. And as always, it is an absolute pleasure to be able to come into your homes or offices or wherever it is you're watching us from to serve you nothing but the best breakfast on television. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. Thank you for joining us. I mean, the weather, it's been raining. Coming to work this morning, I was wondering, the streets children, the homeless, those at Circle that sleep under the overhead or the interchange, what will be their fate? What will happen to them if it continues to rain a few more hours than it has already? And of course, if we're to extend or expand the conversation, then the issue of perennial flooding, which we have been experiencing in the capital and of course in other parts of the country. What measures have we put in place to minimize or reduce the impact or even prevent what has become a perennial phenomenon? Then it dawned on me that together, we can come together, okay, and commit to improving our lot as a people. But it all starts from here. The mindset, the attitude, okay? The brain is a terrible thing to waste. And so if God has been generous enough to give you one, best you can do is to put it to work. I'm saying this because of our attitude of waiting for the rains to set in and then indiscriminately disposing of our waste into gutters for the rainwater to carry it elsewhere. Whose house do you want that garbage or refuse to go and sit? Okay? That's what I'm saying. It starts from here. The mindset, the attitude that we have towards keeping our environment clean, keeping our environment safe, okay? Proper sanitation measures. Starts from your home. Do you segregate your waste? How do you dispose of your waste? Put this to mind, think about it, and whatever you come up with, begin to apply it. And let's make this country a better place to live in. All right? Thank you so much for joining us once again. Good morning. Welcome. It's Breakfast Daily. And we'd like to say thank you to all who donated generously to our cause this Easter. We embarked on a mission to put a smile on the faces of individuals, little ones, orphans who have no one and could not afford a hot or a warm meal a day, could not afford to put clothes on their backs, did not have books to read or even writing materials. But you, when we called on you, heard our pleas and you came to our aid. And on Monday, Easter Monday, we were able to visit an orphanage and 2 rehabilitation centers to put a smile on the faces of the inmates of these 3 facilities. And so we want to say thank you to you. We're eternally grateful to you that you're always there to support us, to help us come your way, or to impact society and, of course, our communities. We thank you so much. We're grateful to you. We ask that the good Lord himself will replenish your stock. All right. Thank you so much for continuously supporting us, continuously responding to our call for aid, and continuously being a part of our commitment to making lives better, of course, in this country where we all belong. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. All right. Now, let's talk about the seasons of prayer. In the month of April, we have dedicated ourselves or elected to pray, okay, throughout the entire month. And we ask that you join us. If you are a believer, join us. Let us pray together and seek the face of God, his interventions and his guidance, okay? We call it the seasons of prayer. We have 3 slots during this entire period. From 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., that's midnight, we have what we call the midnight cry. That's 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., midnight cry. Then we have This Is Your Day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And we have the prayer encounter at noon. That's from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. It's live on Facebook. You can join us there, City 973 on Facebook. At City973 on X, at City973 FM on Instagram, and then you can log on to the website as well, www.citynewsroom.com. Let us come together and pray to God for his blessings to manifest in our lives. Seasons of prayer from the 1st of April to the 30th of April. Now, when the month of April passes, the first day of the next month, as the 1st of May 2025, we have what we call the Family Consecration Service. Family Consecration Service. We'd like for you to join us with your families. Let's all meet at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel here in Accra, and let us pray together as a family. Let's ask God to intervene in our various situations. Let's ask God to intervene on our various journeys and, of course, whatever endeavors we have chosen to embark on. Let us pray for our families. Let us pray for our businesses. Let us pray for ourselves, our children. Let us pray for our career. Let us pray for our education. Let us pray for our country. Let us pray for our leaders. Okay, remember that a family that prays together stays together. So join us at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel here in Accra on Thursday, the 1st of May 2025 for the Family Consecration Service. Okay, Reverend Stephen Yenusom Wengam will be there, Reverend Mauli Chikata, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Noagbewonu, Reverend Nelson Awintia, Reverend Freddie McDavis will all be there leading us on various prayer topics so that together we can seek God's intervention for the development of our country, for the development and growth of our families, and of course, for the sustainability and growth of our businesses. Recall or remember that married couples will have the opportunity to renew their vows at the family consecration service. And so we'd like to see you there on the 1st of May at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel here in Accra. Let us consecrate as a family and let's seek God's face in our lives. All right. Thank you. We hope to see you there. We look forward to it. Every year there are testimonies from the family consecration service. This year it could be your turn. So come and let us pray together. But believe in what you are praying for. Because prayer without faith, I'm not sure if you are going to get what you seek for. All right. Let us meet on the 1st of May at the Oil Dome of the Royal House Chapel. And let us pray together as one big family. Okay? Thank you. Let's get into the newspapers now, shall we? I'll start off with the Daily Guide newspaper. What's on the front page? Major story coming out from the presidency yesterday, but of course linked to the judiciary. So it's executive versus judiciary. Let's see what's happening. Mahama suspends Tokonu Bafuboni, acting Chief Justice. Mahama suspends Tokonu Bafuboni, acting Chief Justice. Well, we know that the story so far is that 3 petitions have been received by the president, same forwarded to the Council of State. Mission there quite simple: to establish or otherwise a prima facie case against the Chief Justice for her removal. Okay. Chief Justice requested to see the petitions and be afforded the opportunity to respond. President Mahama obliged. Chief Justice responded within the window afforded her, and subsequently we understand that following the establishment of a prima facie case in consultation, of course, with the Council of State, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has suspended the Chief Justice. A committee has been set up to look into the merits of same. But per the Constitution, Article 144, the senior most judge at the Supreme Court will have to act in the stead of a Chief Justice in the event that there's a vacancy. A Chief Justice is unable to perform their duties. And so, in this case, Bafuboni is the most senior judge at the Supreme Court, and so he gets to act as the Chief Justice until this matter is put to rest and a substantive Chief Justice appointed by His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama. So Daily Guide carries the story. I'm sure it will be on other front pages as well. We'll get into those. Mahama suspends Tokonu Bafuboni, acting Chief Justice. Let's get into some other stories. Quite a disturbing one, a gory accident that came from Amanase yesterday in the eastern region. 13 killed, others injured in gory accident. Also here on the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. Apologize over failed Galamsey promise. This is the NPP speaking. It comes with a picture of Salam Mustafa, the national youth organizer of the New Patriotic Party. And the story says, apologize over failed Galamsey promise. Another disturbing one. Actually, there's several disturbing stories on the front page of the Daily Guide this morning. And I'm wondering what is going on. We need to intensify security in the country to ensure not just security, but also, of course, the safety of our citizens. This one says, JHS student lynched over phone. JHS student lynched over phone. How did we get here? I'm sure when you get the paper, you can get the details. The story is actually on page 3 of the paper. Now just look at this. Man's penis cut off in lover's room. I'll just leave it at the headline. Let me take you to the Chronicle newspaper. Let's see what the Chronicle is saying. Osahene speaks at Kwahu Business Forum. Osahene speaks at Kwahu Business Forum. Ghana's future can't be built on partisan loyalty. Ghana's future can't be built on partisan loyalty. Now, just to bring you up to speed on who Osahene is, this is the minority leader in Parliament, leader of the MPP's caucus in Parliament, the minority side of the House, Osahene Alexander Kwamina Afenyo Markin. And he's the one speaking here. a story from the Kwahu Business Forum that happened over during the Easter period in Kwahu. Let me rebuild PZ Market. Brian pleads with Otumfuo. Let me rebuild PZ Market. Brian pleads with Otumfuo. That's the Member of Parliament for Impraiso, and of course the former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Member of Parliament for Abetifi rather, I beg your pardon. Member of Parliament for Abetifi rather, Brian Achampong, former Minister of Food and Agriculture, speaking there, asking the Asantehene Otumfuo Sei II to afford him the opportunity to rebuild the PZ market at Adum. Recall that in some past weeks, a fire devastated the entire area, razing shops and, of course, destroying wares. Brian Achampong speaking there. Let me take you to the news center. What is the news center saying this morning? Mahama NDC seek revenge, a retaliation for the removal of Charlotte Osei and others. This is in relation to the suspension of the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. And News Center is saying that, well, Mahama and the NDC are seeking revenge, and that this move is a retaliation for the removal of Charlotte Osei and others. Okay. We'll be getting into it. We'll find out if indeed that's what it is or what other perspectives there are regarding this particular matter. Afenyo Makin returns home with a promise of development for Siame. Afenyo Makin returns home with a promise of development for Siame. City FM Channel 1 TV donates to rehabilitation centers as part of Easter Orphan Project. Yes, like I mentioned earlier, on Monday, that was Easter Monday, the two stations embarked on a project to put a smile on the faces of orphans, as well as to support rehabilitation efforts of some reformation facilities here in the capital. And so two of those facilities received cash donation of 25,000 Ghana cedis each, as well as some assorted essential items. And then, of course, the Baptist School Complex, an orphanage where we've been visiting for close to 17 years, received a check donation of 50,000 Ghana cedis along with some essential items. And so the News Center is reporting on that. Thank you so much, News Center, for throwing a spotlight on our quest to impact community and society positively. But the biggest thanks, of course, goes to you, our viewer and the listener, who came out the way you did to support us wholeheartedly and generously. We're grateful to you. I mean, we cannot say this enough. We couldn't have done this without you. And so we say thank you so much, and God bless you. The Easter Orphan Project was a huge success because once again, you showed up for us, you supported us, you helped us to be able to feed and to sustain an orphanage, and of course to support two rehabilitation centers here in the capital. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. All right, there's another story on here that says government spotlights local investors in sweeping reforms. Government spotlights local investors in sweeping reforms. This, I'm sure it's coming from the Kwahu Business Forum. Then you have free education and meals. One woman's gift to special needs kids. Free education and meals. One woman's gift to special needs kids. You get the details when you grab a copy of the News Center. Now let's check out Larry Dogbe's The Herald newspaper. Financial misconduct, controversial judgment, and administrative decisions get Chief Justice Tokonu suspended pending probe. Okay, listen up. Financial misconduct, controversial judgment, and administrative decisions get Chief Justice Tokonu suspended pending probe. So the Herald has gone a step further to ascribe what it believes are captured in that or in those petitions that are seeking the removal of the Chief Justice. And the Herald is reporting that financial misconduct, controversial judgments, and administrative decisions have resulted in the suspension of the Chief Justice, Gertrude Tokonu, and of course she's to face a probe. Okay, let's move on to some other stories. Adum Kumasi fire. Okay, well, let me read it properly or correctly. Adum Kumasi fire site turns battleground for NPP flag bearer aspirants. Adum Kumasi fire site turns battleground for NPP flag bearer aspirants. Okay, so let's check who has been there already. The former vice president and flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party for the 2024 general elections, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has been there. He's been to Adum, made some donation to the victims of that fire incident. The former member of parliament for Asen South and flag bearer, Asen Central rather, and flag bearer aspirant of the New Patriotic Party in the lead up to the 2024 general elections, Kennedy Ohene Japan, has been there, made some donations. Now, Brian Achampong has also been there, member of parliament for Abetifi, former food and agriculture minister, has also been there. He's actually pleading with the Asantehene Otunfo II to allow him rebuild the PZ market. So this is how the Herald newspaper captures the story. Adum Kumasi fire site turns battleground for NPP flag bearer aspirants. It should make for a good read. So grab a copy of the Herald newspaper and get the details. All right. Owners of judiciary in tears as Mahama enters uncharted waters. Owners of judiciary, and here owners of judiciary are in inverted commas. So just be mindful of that. Owners of judiciary in tears as Mahama enters uncharted waters. And of course, we are captured here on the front page of the Herald newspaper. City FM and Channel 1 TV donate 25K and relief items to Iris Place Rehab Center. Recall that I mentioned that we were at two reformation centers or reformation facilities. The Iris Place is one of those facilities that benefited from the support that you gave us. And so they received 25,000 Ghana cedis and some essential items. And then there was a second reformation center that also received some essential items as well as a 25,000 Ghana cedis donation. Okay, so we're grateful to you once again, our viewers and listeners of 97.3 City FM, for always coming through to support us whenever we place that call to you. Thank you so much. Grateful, grateful, grateful. All right, there's another story on the front page of the Herald newspaper that says FDA shifts blame in illegal drugs cover-up case. FDA shifts blame in illegal drugs cover-up case. All right, let's jump into some more newspapers, see what's happening. The Inquisitor this morning says NPP 2024 defeat. Nana carries shame as Achim Mafia struggle to defend him. NPP 2024 defeat. Nana carries shame as Achim Mafia struggle to defend him. Ghana beats IMF reserve targets. There's a picture of the finance minister here. It says Ghana beats IMF reserve target. Your day of reckoning has come. Sami Jemfi to want to me. And Dr. Stephen Opuni here, a former CEO of the Ghana Cocoa Board here, saying that my prosecution was unjust. I was innocent. That's Dr. Opuni there. What's the Daily Gist saying? Mahama sacks Chief Justice in judicial coup, appoints Bafuboni acting CJ. We'll get into the details of that. Bawumia starts a thank you tour. Bawumia starts a thank you tour. Brian Achampong assists Adum Kantamanto fire victims with 800,000 Ghana cedis. Phew. Brian Achampong assists Adum and Kantamanto fire victims with 800,000 Ghana cedis. Galamsey, minister, breaks down. And then you have the ambassadorial list that has popped up. The Catholic bishops are also here speaking. Story says Catholic bishop chases president over Galamsey. Quickly jump to the Custodian newspaper. What's on the front page? Political intrusion threatens Ghana's private sector. That's Osahene Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Markin speaking there. Political intrusion threatens Ghana's private sector. Ghana's day of shame. Demolition man Mahama pulls down CJ. Ghana's day of shame. Demolition man Mahama pulls down CJ. And then you have minority slams Mahama's judicial coup. Minority slams Mahama's judicial coup. Akonta Mining dismisses politically motivated Galamsey claims. All on the front page of the Custodian. I run by you a final one from my end. That's the Informal newspaper. Front page says, government hard on Akonta Mining, revokes license amidst serious allegations. Government hard on Akonta Mining, revokes license amidst serious allegations. Baumia and NPP embark on appreciation tour today. Baumia and NPP embark on appreciation tour today. Promoting good governance. Let's raise our leaders from church. Reverend Opuni Frimpong urges, insist politics not dirty. Again, City FM, Channel 1 TV, Show Love, donates to 2 rehabilitation centers. And then Nigerian Archbishop makes case for Black Pope. We'll have to say that day that we get a Black Pope. Hopefully, that should be soon. We'll look forward to that. I'll take you online briefly, and we'll take a look at some of the stories that have made it to our web portals. I'll start off from channel1news.com. Channel1news.com. What are they leading with? You definitely expect to have something regarding the CJ's removal, and indeed it is there. Story says, get it right, or posterity won't forgive us. Tuya Yeboah to CJ Probe Committee. Get it right, or posterity won't forgive us. Tuya Yeboah to CJ Probe Committee. Council of State suspension advice, acidic and dangerous. Council of State's suspension advice, acidic and dangerous. Again, Tuya Yeboah speaking, a former Deputy Attorney General. He spoke on the Channel 1 newsroom last night, and these are some of the stories that have come from them. Samia Wuku is speaking. He says CJ suspension, a threat to judicial independence. And then you have the minority speaking here also, calling for an immediate reinstatement of the Chief Justice. You get the details of all these stories and several others when you visit channel1news.com as well as citynewsroom.com. So get onto these web portals, update yourself, get all the details to these stories and several others. This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. When we come back, we get talking.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Welcome It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
No one ball, what back?
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
Blasters, Auto Adwe.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zabal.
How Zabal there?
Zabad one chaboke
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and what's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Man kela ke no ya ne meneke fe mo sha ko ba club fe ke DJ ni wo hia ka wo she ye Yesu gba mi amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
You're welcome back. Thank you so much for choosing us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We're going into the news review segment where we get to have a conversation regarding some of the topical issues that have made it to the front pages or even into the dailies, as well as some web portals. This morning, I have in studio with me two gentlemen and a lady. I'll do a quick introduction and then we get into the conversation. Michael Kosi Dede is a member of the Convention about People's Party. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good to have you. Good to have you. Akosua Menu is here. She was the NPP's parliamentary candidate for the Adentan constituency in the 2024 elections. Akosua, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you.
Good to see you.
And then we have Hamza Suini, who is a member of the National Democratic Congress NDC's communications team. Good morning, Hamza.
Good morning, my brother.
First time here?
Yes, I think so. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you. Good to have you. So the big one has to do with the suspension of the CJ. 3 petitions to the president, same sent to the Council of States in accordance with the Constitution. CJ has had the opportunity to respond, but subsequently she has been suspended. A committee has been set up giving us, of course, the impression that the prima facie case has been established against her. I'll start with you, Kosi. This suspension of the CJ, or even the petitions to have her removed, and how it has traveled so far, and then we've seen the reaction of the minority and the NPP to it. There's arguments that this is an affront to the independence of the judiciary. Would you share same?
Okay. The question I would like to ask is there a constitutional provision for the removal of the CJ?
There is.
Yes, there is. There is even a constitutional process for removing the president of the state.
Yeah.
So for me, as long as we have not violated any provisions of the constitution or any process in challenging the office of the CJ, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, some people say this is the very first time. Yes, there's a first time for everything. And there's a good reason why there's a provision made in the constitution for the removal
But
of
that
the
impression
CJ.
I don't think is correct. I think so in our history, one CJ has been removed.
I mean, that was early independence, early independence. But I mean, in the Fourth Republic, it hasn't happened.
Sure.
So a lot of people are saying, look, we shouldn't walk that path. But the problem is, if there's a provision for the removal, there's good reason why that provision was put in the Constitution. And it's not been put there for ornamental purposes. There's a good reason. So if there's justification, there should be nothing wrong with the removal of a CJ. For me, that's my simple position on this one.
Very well, very well. Hamza?
Yes, sir.
Removal of CJ, suspension so far, committee set up. Bafo Boni, now acting CJ.
Good morning to you, of course, and my colleagues in the studio, and our cherished viewers out there. Like Senior Comrade indicated, you see, we are dealing with the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. That Constitution was not written by the National Democratic Congress. That Constitution was not written by the Convention People's Party. Neither was it written by the New Patriotic Party or any political party for that matter. It was a Constitution written and promulgated by the good people of this country. And so, and in it, the people decided to determine how to structure their government and how to go about the administration of states as far as our democracy is concerned. And like he clearly stated, the provisions in the Constitution are not meant to be opened from time to time, admired and closed. The whole objective is simply to make our constitutional provisions operational. And for me, to the extent that leadership or the executive or the legislature or that of the judiciary pursues this path of ensuring that our constitutional provisions are operational, I do not have any problem or whatsoever with it, provided it is done in tandem with the laws of our country. And what is happening today basically has to do with such provision under Article 146. I have listened to all kinds of debates, especially the one coming from our opponents. Here I make direct reference to the New Patriotic Party, and I've noticed that they have raised so many concerns about the president's decision to abide by the dictates of Article 146. And permit me to respond to a number of them briefly. You see, and this is not the first time. I've heard a bit about politicization of the judiciary. This is not the first time that His Excellency President Mahama has been charged to exercise his power in line with our constitutional strictures, especially when it comes to independent state institutions. You remember that when he was elected as president in 2012 and subsequently sworn in on the 7th of January 2013, he appointed Mrs. Laureate Lamte as commissioner of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Not long after, the NPP MPs and another influential person, I think Richard Noama, filed a petition based on the same constitutional strictures, demanding President Mahama to subject Mrs. Laureata to an investigation, largely because of issues that they considered then to be an affront to the laws of our country. His Excellency President Mahama received the petition, proceeded to act in line with that petition as enshrined in our constitution. Subsequently, a committee was set up under his presidency that eventually led to the removal from office of Mrs. Loretta Lamte. The NPP then did not raise issues about constitutional independence.
Right.
Because that same appointee was one appointed by President Mahama. And President Mahama was compelled under the laws of our country to fire her. Do you think that left to President Mahama alone, he would have been comfortable firing his own appointee in that manner? But these were the laws of our country that was in operation, and there was no way he could have intervened in that regard. Not long after, the NPP assumed office and decided, under very strange circumstances, to have our electoral commissioner removed from office. We cautioned that, look, where you are going is uncharted waters, largely because of the pivotal role of the Electoral Commission. When I listen to people talk about the three arms of government, the judiciary, the executive, and that of the legislature, and so we should be careful. This defines our democracy. Clearly, they do not understand the role of the Electoral Commission. I have always argued that the Electoral Commission of our country is the trunk of our democracy. Like you have the trunk of a tree, and the three arms of government constitute the branches. So if you cut down the trunk, which is the Electoral Commission, you risk subjecting the three arms of government to ruins. And that's why many of us were concerned. But they never listened. They told the good people of this country that they were acting in line with our constitution and proceeded under bizarre circumstances to take out not only the Electoral Commissioner, but her deputies as well. They wiped the state clean.
Right.
And so this is their legacy. But today, we have President Mahama. This is not the first time the Chief Justice, Ghanaians decided to petition against the Chief Justice Tokono. Indeed, under the NPP administration, under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, a number of petitions went to the president seeking the removal of Justice Tokono. The president decided then that a prima facie case had not been established.
Right.
Today, upon assumption of office, President Mahama is also unfortunately faced with a situation where he has to deal with several other petitions against the same woman.
Is it revenge?
Not one. No, you see, but that's why I gave you the background. If there were already petitions flying against the same Chief Justice when President Mahama was not in office, why would you, by any stretch of imagination, conclude that because today President Mahama is president and there seems to be a continuum in terms of the petitions flying against the same woman, then the President Mahama and the NDC are out for revenge? Absolutely not.
Right.
So today we have not only one or two, but about three petitions against the woman. President Mahama has only acted in line with the dictates of Article 1466 and to some extent Article 14610, and has proceeded in conjunction with the Council of State to establish a prima facie case. And based on that, proceeded to suspend her in line with our constitutional dictates. I struggle to see why the MPP is so eager to politicize this issue.
Even in the face of an active interlocutory injunction application in the Supreme Court.
Is an interlocutory injunction the same as an injunction? Application for same, is it an injunction?
But it's active.
In any case, our laws are very clear. When it comes to the president exercising his administrative authorities, and not just the president alone, you simply cannot place an injunction on it. Even you know that as a matter of fact. His role is administrative.
Right.
You can imagine what will happen in this country if the courts are to open the floodgates where injunctions can be brought against administrative decisions or actions of the president. This country will not run. It is the same reason why you cannot interfere in the activities of parliament, especially in the administrative decisions of the speaker as well, when it is still ongoing before the house. So let us be careful and let us not buy into this false narrative of the New Patriotic Party that this is an act intended to sidestep the laws of our country. Indeed, this is actually an act intended to operationalize the provisions of our constitution, and that is what it is.
Akusu, let me come to you. The demands by the NPP and, of course, the minority in parliament. If let me put it this way: are you asking the president not to respect the mandate given to him by the Constitution, because he is constitutionally bound to embark on this process once he has received these petitions?
Good morning to your viewers and everybody here, my co-panelists. I'm meeting them for the first time. And the lovely mischief that Suhini wants to start the morning off with. But I think that I want to give some historical context.
Very well.
You did, right after Kosi's submission, say that we have, in Ghana's history, a CJ has been removed before. And then he clarified by saying that not after the 1992 constitution was set up. So he's right. In 1960, Kwame Nkrumah took to remove the Chief Justice at the time because he believed that they had been complicit in letting go of the 3 top CPP leaders who he felt were behind the bomb attack on his life. So remember, it was Terry Adamafio, Kofi Crab, and Akweje. And the Chief Justice at the time was Justice Akokosa. So he got rid of him, and Ghana suffered its first notorious case of the removal of a Chief Justice in 1960. Subsequently, right after that, we inched to a one-party state. And when we got there too, he said he had to replace him, right, ultimately. And he put in Sarkodie Ado in 1964. I'm putting the historical context because the understanding is that the first CJ, who was already there, didn't do his bidding by ensuring that the 3 were jailed, but they were acquitted. So he got rid of him by replacing him with Sarkodie Ado. Now General Champon comes, and then Justice Sarkodie, Justice Azukrab is also replaced. Who is he replaced by is a Chief Justice Fred Apalu. That's the history of it. I just want to put that in place because we have to come to what we are discussing today. Now, President Liman comes, and what does he do? There's a spirited attempt to also get rid of the CJ, but he wasn't successful because ultimately a coup happened. Now, President Rawlings, his founder and mentor and all the things that he championed, that yes, they love, yes. PNDC comes and they try as much as possible to somewhat reset what the AFRC had done. AFRC, don't forget, were notorious in executing people they felt had been complicit in corruption and control and state capture, amongst other things. So what did Rawlings do? Rawlings also felt that, you know what, ultimately I also have to appoint a Chief Justice. So subsequently in 1982, there was a famous case, Tufor versus Attorney General, and who was the lawyer at the time? Do you remember?
No.
The lawyer at the time was former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now, 1992 Constitution. Since 1992, we've had Kufuor himself appoint judges after a Chief Justice after President Rawlings has. We've had Nana Akufo-Addo also appoint a Chief Justice. In fact, Kufuor appointed 3. Nana Akufo-Addo also appointed 3. One,
for who?
The Supreme Court judges I'm referring to. Sophia Ekufu, Anan Eninyabua, sorry, who hit retirement. Once you hit 70, you have to go. You know this. Then Tokono enters the charts. Now, with this history given, you notice that the Mills Mahama administration, which started off with Mills, and then the ultimate beneficiary being John Mahama, who benefited from the demise of President Atta Mills, did not have the opportunity to appoint their own Chief Justice. Now, in their history is embedded in them that for you to ultimately control the country, you have to do what?
Appoint a CJ?
Yes. Don't forget that.
Is that practical?
I've glossed over an important fact. In 1982, And when you go to the Supreme Court, you see that the bust of the lawyers, the High Court judges, and Major Akwa that are placed there. The lady Kranting Ado, you have our former General Secretary and 2024 presidential aspirant, Kwabena Japan, whose father, Kojo Ejeyi Japan, was murdered. Then you also have a third, Fred, I think, what's his name? It will come to me. So 3 of them killed.
Right.
Infamously killed. Why? Because it is assumed that they are the ones who are being corrupt or doing underhand things and subverting justice. Why was this done? It was to put fear in the judiciary and judiciary officers. It was to make them timid. It's no different from what we've seen since they came to power, where you see a national security operative who subsequently came to the national, who caught national attention by having an issue with the former Attorney General. So to create the impression and to let fear come into people's minds that, you know what, we mean business. So this reset is actually a revolution. It's a bloodless one at that, but it's still happening. Now, let's come to what he said, that the fact that it's a constitution, you have to look at it, you don't have to open and admire it. It doesn't also mean that once it's there, you have to activate it at all costs. What I've heard them push the most is something along the lines of she took a trip with her family. And it is simply not true. You know something? If I didn't even know her personally, and I've met her all of maybe 2 occasions in a social setting. 1 was official and 2 was a social event where she was there. She went to Wesley Girls High School. She's a very respected female lawyer, subsequently having risen through the ranks. There was no question about her principles. That was actually what makes her unique. And of course, her law and principles is rooted in religion. She's a strong Christian. And everything she does, she hopes to walk a fine path, and she's done that. This is somebody who even returned per diem. You want to tell us that she took her family, her husband, and her daughter on a trip. And you haven't even given. It is no, but it's.
We haven't seen the petition.
Listen,
have we?
One of the things that we haven't seen the petition, but their spokespersons take to radio and TV outlets to paint this narrative that she went on a trip with their family and is against the rules and is against policy. First of all, there have been Supreme Court justices who were not married. But the provision was made that in the event that one is married, you get 1 free vacation that is paid for, and you get to go with your spouse or a relative. Is that a policy that she has to ignore just because she doesn't deserve it or something? No. But they made it seem as if that 1 trip is to characterize her as a greedy, insensitive person. But refusing to let us see what was really in the petition. She's responded to it along with evidence and everything. Yet these same people are hopping from radio station to radio station talking. Let me tell you something. People say that ultimately it's the EC they are gunning for. And you heard what he said. He said that the trunk, if we are to put the 3 arms of government in the trunk, he believes that the EC's office is ultimately the foundation. And if you knock it off, that in the way that Charlotte Osei suffered in 2018, then indeed, and that was wrong, then indeed we don't have any moral right to question why the CJ is also going through the process. First of all, we've said it again and again and again. Charlotte Osei's issue, unfortunate as it is, because look, I'll tell you on any given day, women in politics suffer. They suffer a lot. Give women in corporate government, in corporate governance who've risen to the top. It is lonely at the top, and almost always your peers, be it male or female, often don't even get their support.
Right.
So what he's saying is not that it is even her as a target per se. It's just the first domino effect on what they plan to do, which is the reset. And she's not ultimately the target, nor is EC the target. The EC will be a casualty, but ultimately it's the Supreme Court judges. So if they are standing by, folding their arms and saying that, oh, even the woman cry, she's not my friend like that, so let the chips fall where they may. They are coming for you. They will come for you. They will replace them with their own people because they believe that the people there will not do their bidding. Justice will be subverted. The conscience of this country can never live down what is happening today.
Very well.
So if the justification for him today is that Charlotte Osei and other things that happened is the reason why we cannot ignore a certain petition on the CJ. Allow us to also see what went into the petition, because all we have is snippets and their own people with speaking notes hopping from radio station to radio
That's
station.
what they are running with, but
That's
we've not seen the petition officially.
We
So I
haven't
mean, we
seen
can't,
it, but
we can't base
she has
a discussion on that.
beautifully responded to it. But I'm saying,
Which response also we have not seen.
good, but I'm saying that this is somebody who can return per diem. Why do you want to tell us that she on a vacation? This is one of the things they said was mentioned. But I'm saying, and I'll repeat it, this is not a direct caught in the crosshairs, CJ and EC that are going to be the casualties. Supreme Court judges, they are coming for you. There are nooses around your neck. They will not do a bloody coup like in 1982. There's going to be a bloodless one. They're going to terminate your careers. They're going to throw you somewhere else that you not even want to show up, even to work. But they are coming for you. So this is the time to sit up. This is the time to do the right thing. Let's not be quiet. All these women groups and all these COSs have gone quiet because they feel that is MPP. It is easier to believe a lie told about MPP than it is to believe the truth about NDC. And this is them going back to their revolutionary roots, albeit a bloodless one.
Thank you. Let me speak to Kosi on this seeming secrecy around the removal process. Okay, we haven't seen the petition. The committee that has been set up, it's sitting, most likely will be in camera. So, I mean, it leaves room for some of these speculations, doesn't it?
Yes, it does leave room for speculation, but I think that the process has been put in that way in order that if, at the end of the day, the Chief Justice is exonerated, then her reputation or his reputation may not have been marred. So I think that there's wisdom in the process itself. Because during the debate and the setting of the writing of the Constitution, people looked at all these issues and said, why should it be in camera? And I'm sure that they looked at it and said, look, assuming they're going through all these processes, it then ends up that the person is not guilty.
Yeah.
Then you don't end up mind the person's image in public.
But then you don't take the opportunity away from the public to be able to also make their own judgment on what is or what was or what wasn't.
Yes, there's a, you know, in all of these processes, all our courts, there are points where they say national security, let's go into camera. It isn't everything that should be put out there in public. And that is why I'm sure the writers of the framers of the Constitution put all these processes in place. So I will not look at it and say, no, so it is time to put everything in public. Maybe we may get there where we say, look, let's put things in public. But it's important that we do not over-politicize. These issues are coming out because we are over-politicizing every single thing in this country.
I agree.
Without looking at issues of what does it bring to the people of this country. We are not putting people's interests first. We are now beginning to politicize every single thing in this country. So that when issues come up into public domain, the first thing we ask is, which political party is behind this? Let's also take a defensive position. Let's do this. So for me, I think it is important that we look at these issues very dispassionately and ask the relevant questions, which is, there's a provision in the Constitution. Is it being violated? If it's not being violated, is it in the interest of the people? Because we all claim that justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. The question we need to ask, and there's been some public survey out there which says that a lot of people have lost trust in the judiciary system. In the same way, a lot of Ghanaians have lost trust in the political parties, in the political system as we have it, and democracy as we have it. So it is important that we begin to focus on the country as a whole, rather than taking our own parochial interest in political parties as though that is the end in everything. Yeah. So that we are running this country as though the most important thing is the next election. And that does not help this country at all. So professionalism and ethics has been thrown to the dogs.
Right.
So where people are expected to act professionally, they won't. And everybody is trying to play to the political whims and caprices of those in power. For me, these are the issues that we need to begin to critique as a people. We need to question our political leaders. On all these issues, we shouldn't just sit there, because a lot of us are now all bowing to political leaders. Oh, this is fine, this is... It is wrong. It is completely wrong, and I think we need to look at these issues.
I've seen the criticism of the composition of the committee. The argument here is that a certain judge should not be on that committee because of course, whatever interest they may have regarding the CJ and how that may influence or impact their work.
I don't think that it is supported by the law, because it is the Constitution that prescribes the nature of the committee and the individuals whom the president should consider in consultation with the Council of State in reaching a decision to form the committee. So it's a constitutional stricture, it's an injunction on the president to do as he has done. So I don't think that it should even surface as to whether indeed they will be balanced or not, because when it comes to the judges, they are expected to hold some level of integrity, especially when it comes to their work. So I trust that these judges will do just that, as far as our laws demand. But you see, my sister makes reference to the fact that the NDC is not comfortable because we are looking for an opportunity to appoint our own Chief Justice. You see...
Is that what you are doing?
Absolutely not. I am trying so hard. You see, since the beginning of this case, I have been trying so hard to resist the temptation or the invitation of the MPP to make it a political football, if you notice, from the onset. But from 1991 to 1995, Chief Justice Acha was the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. That was an NDC regime. It was the NDC that was in power. 95 to 2000, we had Justice Aban, another NDC person. Indeed, I think it was only after 2001 that President Kufuor got the opportunity to appoint his first Chief Justice. And remember, if the NDC was so much concerned about it, when we came into power in 2009, Justice Theodora Wood was the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. We had every opportunity then to have ousted her, especially considering the conduct of the judiciary with the Chachuchikata trial and the unethical interference of the President of the Republic then and our immediate past President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But even we resisted the temptation to go on the tangent of vendetta to get Georgina Woods out. Indeed, President Mills worked with her and President Mahama continued. That
so why
tells
now?
you.
Why get
that is the point I'm making. That tells you that when it comes to the NDC, when it comes to Ghana, our policies are not driven by vendetta or partisan interest. It is always about the national interest. So today, if you find the NDC president in the person of President Mahama, who has been given the nod to lead by the good people of this country,
but has never appointed a CJ.
Absolutely. We are not talking about the appointment of a CJ. I'm just giving you basis that the NDC had every opportunity to have appointed one. Even when the opportunity was more inviting, we didn't take it. How much more now? We all know how the NDC reveres Chachuchikata. And you know our position on his arrest and subsequent incarceration. Remember, we organized forums in this country, invited international lawyers who spoke on the glaring injustice that surrounded his incarceration. It was known in this country. But we did not even go the extra mile of subsequently taking out Georgina Woods. We left her there. That is the kind of party we are talking about. So today, if the same party is in power and we are faced with a situation where we have to take out a Chief Justice, in any case, the person who is going to act now, was he appointed by the NDC to the Supreme Court? Justice Bafo Boni. Justice Bafo Boni was appointed by President Kufuor. We also had every golden opportunity to have sidestepped Justice Bafo Boni and proceeded to appoint Puaman JSC. Because Puaman GSC was appointed by His Excellency John Dramani
But
Mahama.
Bafu Bonis is not an appointment, is it? He's only acting.
But that is the point I'm making.
He
He's acting on the CJ, but you know that when it comes to who acts on the CJ, the president has a say. You know, as a matter of fact. And these are the facts. So this attempt to say that, oh, we are looking for an opportunity. Oh, so when they removed, you see, sometimes when the MPP is talking and they are putting certain tax on the NDC, then it gives you an inclination as to their reasoning pattern
for doing something,
for doing certain things in the past. Because clearly, you never had the opportunity to appoint an electoral commissioner. So today, Akosua is just telling the whole people of this country that their decision to take out Charlotte Esse was simply because since 92, they never got the opportunity to appoint an electoral commissioner. That is a tacit acceptance. And so they are trying to put the attack on us. They think that we reason and act like the way they do. It is always about their partisan, selfish interests. But when it comes to the NDC, it is always about our national interests. And so they must begin seeing us in that light. And again, he talks about intimidating judges. How is this connected to intimidation? When you decided to wipe clean the state at the electoral commission, were you intimidating the electoral commissioners? You claim that you are doing so in tandem with the law. So how is invoking a constitutional structure by citizens of this country based on which the president has proceeded?
Are we doing equalization here?
No, but that's what I'm trying to respond to. That's what I'm telling you, that it's not about equalization. Those petitions, are they filed by NDC people?
Well, we do not know. We haven't seen the petition.
Exactly. So that is why I'm saying that we cannot be talking about equalization. But in the case of Charlotte Esse, we know those who championed it. Indeed, my own evidence lecturer at Ghana School of Law was one of the leading proponents of the removal of Charlotte Esse, and was subsequently made a government spokesperson, the MPP spokesperson and leader of their governance committee for the 2024 general elections. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, a known MPP operative. So, but even with that, you argued and told the good people of this country that it was about the constitution. We respected it. Today, the good people of this country have decided to invoke our constitutional structure, and you have a problem with it. Then she made reference to the content of the petition. As a lawyer, and as a matter of principle and fidelity to the rules of our constitution and our principles of law, I have tried so hard to refrain from attempting to comment on the contents of a petition that I have not seen.
You have not seen, exactly. Yeah.
That is my position on this, as to whether people can decide to say whatever they want to say. I know that the first statement about the purported travel of the Chief Justice came directly from Frank Davis, their legal person at the MPP head office. And so if you see NDC communicators responding to it, it is not as if they are putting out there the contents of the petition. They are simply responding to what Frank Davis organized a press conference to put out, and even sat on another sister station to put out. But based on my training, I am unable to confirm or deny that allegation until such a time that I'm privileged enough to see the contents of the petition. I still want to be committed to the principles of our law and ensure that at least we protect the sanctity of the process. But finally,
wrap it up for
yes,
me.
I'll do. I have always argued that, and the greatest of respect to people who are challenged in terms of hunchback, it has always been my position that the NPP as a political party is Ghana's hunchback as far as our democratic process is concerned. It makes it difficult for us to stand straight on our feet and walk as we should as far as our democratic journey is concerned.
How so?
Every step of the way, from when the petition was filed, even before President Mahama acted, it was the MPP that organized the first press conference, telling him that he shouldn't act, as if that was not enough. They are so-called Ablakwa photocopy, who is trying so hard to mimic the Honorable Okujudo Ablakwa. Yes, that's how I see him. They are all trying to reflect the life of the Honorable Okujudo Ablakwa in opposition. That same gentleman.
They're only exercising their oversight.
They should do so, but I don't have a problem with that. That same gentleman decided to use our former Attorney General. And you know, senior comrade, that perceptions were arrived in the media about the unholy alliance between the then Attorney General and the current Chief Justice. In the midst of that, you decided to use your member of parliament, proceeded to use that same Chief Justice. And this game is about perception.
Same former AG.
Former AG. To court to challenge the processes that eventually would lead to the suspension of the Chief Justice. All MPP. So you started politicizing the game from the
But he's still a practicing lawyer.
He is still a practicing lawyer, but there are so many lawyers in the MPP who are not known or who are not politically exposed.
But if I
it is not for nothing.
I think you serve my
it is not
better.
for nothing that even in our laws we have what we call politically exposed persons, and there's a restriction in the manner in which they conduct themselves. So he ought to have known better. In any case, he wouldn't know better because this is the same gentleman who, as AG, decided to cross the border and was engaging accused persons.
Well, we're not discussing him here. He's
yes,
not
we are not. But I'm just making a point.
Yes,
That's
and I need you to learn.
So that was how it started. Then you proceeded on the basis of that. Again, to organize another press conference, partisan in nature, calling on the president not to act. Their minority leader, Afenyo, a constitutional injunction. So from day one, the appetite to protect the Chief Justice was clear. And if you look at the nature of appointment of the Supreme Court judges today, Madam Tokono was appointed somewhere 2019, brought to the Supreme Court, and in no time made the Chief Justice of Ghana over her seniors. What was the motivation? I would also be right to sit on this table and argue that clearly the appointing authority then had a partisan intention of doing so. Because in this organization that you run, on City Channel 1 TV, if someone walks in tomorrow and suddenly elevated over you, those of you who have worked here in years, how would you feel about it? We have organizational culture.
If there's merit in there, why not?
How can there be merit? If you have sat on the bench for close to 10 years, Justice Bafo sat there for over a decade, and someone comes less than a year or two, promoted to be Chief Justice over him, and the likes of poor man, and we all know, those of us who are in the profession, we know that experience comes from practice.
Yeah.
And we respect seniority in law. You know that as a matter of fact. So, if there's anybody trying to politicize our judiciary, it is a new patriotic party, my sister and co. But I can assure them that the NDC will and the good people of this country will continue to act as a disinfectant to their unethical attempts to infiltrate our state institutions and turn them to political breeding grounds.
Thank you,
as far as their party is concerned.
They argue that the MPP has elected themselves spokespersons for the CJ.
You know, the same constitution that he says gives room to remove the CJ, the same constitution that also allows an injunction to be placed on the process. All his argument in summary has been equalization. You did this, you did this, you did that, and therefore you cannot question. And so we will do same. That's essentially what he said. Look at the committee that sat on her so-called suspension, right? He just mentioned Justice Puamang, that's his name. PNC General Secretary.
Point of correction, no committee sat on her suspension. There is no committee.
No, for appointed, sorry, the setup of the committee. He knows what I'm referring to.
The president in consultation with the Council of State proceeded to set up
a committee. But we know that that was also influenced. So you have Puamang, who is the General Secretary of the PNC. You have infamous Domlevo, who is also there. Then the last person, I was trying to remember who the last person was. Oh, former Speaker Do Ajaho.
Yeah.
No problem. Now you tell us that, and he says that our spirited defense and information as let out by Frank Davis is what gave information that they felt compelled to defend. Now, the very person that you are talking about, don't forget that we've heard them say that she's politically exposed. Haven't you heard them say, ultimately, aside the petition that was that we haven't seen, but snippets of it keep leaking, is the fact that they claim she's politically exposed. If the president has a president at any point in time has the opportunity to appoint Supreme Court judges, just that appointment alone makes you politically exposed, because you are being appointed by the president. The president also represents a party, And once the president is in power, clearly a ruling party is in place. Now let's talk about Justice Bafuboni. And as far as political exposure is concerned, his brother is the owner of Radio Gold. Another brother was implicated in the NCA. That's not his brother. The Bafuboni Radio Gold is not his brother.
I cannot confirm
that.
that.
That's inaccurate. But he was not even, the late Bafuboni was not even the owner of Radio Gold.
Please, brother, please, it's out there, so you'd have to speak to it. I know that.
I'm telling
you.
It
is linked to it. Brother of Eugene Bafuboni, NCA issue where they got jailed. Then last but not the least, it's also claimed that he's the husband of the prison service boss, Patience Bafuboni. So who was appointed by who? The president. What is more political exposure than this? You can talk about merits and amongst other things, and that's fine. If that goes into the decision of who becomes the Chief Justice. But I am saying that whatever petition it was and its content, so far as what has been out there is concerned, sounds petty and frivolous at best. Because the person of Gertrude is Saba Araba Tokonu, a Wesley Girls High School alumna, a woman who has walked a fine path in law, who breathes law, who has no scandal against her, but for what they've done. And what they do, and I'm saying that it is part of the process. Didn't we see that Attorney General engaged in high-profile propaganda when he brought the NSB boss and the issues therein? High-profile propaganda to scare people. And I'm saying that ultimately, it's not even the EC. Telling us the EC is the architecture of running the states. What decisions does the EC take aside conducting the elections and making sure the album is good? You've consistently positioned, you've equated the EC to the Chief Justice, really. You are going to deny people justice because you are going to put your people in place and you are going to do the bidding of the president. And if they fail to do it, only God knows what will happen to them. So that is what they intend to do. When he was talking, he said, oh, NDC has appointed Chief Justice before. I was clear in my earlier submission that the Mills Muhammad administration did not have the opportunity to appoint a Chief Justice. Now, if you say that Georgina Wood also, you could have removed her, you tried. In fact, when they tried, people who had conscience at the time rose up and said, hey, you dare not touch her. Based on what? But now those people have found their way into government, into positions, and they are quiet because they are eating. So we will not expect them to speak, but ultimately we will all suffer for it. The news is around the necks of Supreme Court judges. They are the ones they are coming for. So that whatever cases would arise in the future, even if they leave government, these people will be there to protect them. That is ultimately what they are gunning for. Let's not even pretend
judges at the Supreme Court, not to protect political parties and political appointees.
Fantastic, but with them, you know, he said something, and I was looking at him, I said, Suhini, first I'm meeting him, but he's so calmly pushing a certain narrative, telling us that they take national interest as far as governance is concerned. Look at the termination of appointments since they came to power. A party that preached 24-hour economy and jobs. What business do you have clearing people from institutions and justifying sin?
Appointments
Let me tell you,
were recklessly
let me
made
tell you,
after
people
December
will take
7.
these institutions to court. And if they do the reset like they are doing with these judges and whatnot, all those cases will be thrown out. That's what they are looking at. People will go to court on these cases, and the judges have conscience, they'll win those cases. So he cannot tell us that this is a national interest. All he did say, and they conveniently always throw out the issue when it comes to Charlotte to say. When it comes, I say again, in women in governance and women in politics, I know how lonely it is. So I don't like to come at women. I know what I even went through.
Yeah.
So when it comes to women, I cringe because you are putting. I didn't have to defend her. You were there to defend her. Her deputies. I do not work at the EC. Her deputies who she worked with are the ones who came for her. It wasn't MPP that came for her, and that's a fact that we need to place on record. And we know this, but they carefully sidestep that fact. Imagine working with people and then they come and say all these things about you. That was where it started. So if we make it look like it was an MPP person that went to do it, certainly not. But you kept on hounding that fact and making it clear that that removal is what has occasioned what is being done today, because after all, a precedent has been set. That's not the precedent. You are saying that she's the embodiment, the EC is the embodiment of the governance architecture of the country, and I reject that notion.
Very well.
But briefly, I think that
in a few seconds.
Yes, I think that I deserve the right to reply. You see, like I indicated, the NDC or His Excellency President Mahama will not be moved by the effusions of frustration of the new patriotic party. We know that we have a social contract with the good people of this country. And under that contract, they have certain expectations. So what worries us, anytime we take a decision, is whether the decision we are taking is in tandem with the laws of our country, and whether we can account to the good people of this country as far as those decisions are concerned. For the politics, the MPP can continue to play their politics. But my caution to the good people of this country is that they must understand, listening to them now, that the agenda to take them out of power as a way of punishment is only 30% of the work required to actually hold them accountable. Because out of power, they are even poisoned more to do damage to our democracy. And that is the most important part that we must pay attention to. And you see, it is not enough to hold the ruling government accountable, but we must also begin holding them accountable, because their actions today seem rather to be portraying to everybody that their actions surrounding decisions they took in the judiciary were clearly partisan, not even political, partisan. And that is worrying. Are you therefore surprised that Afrobarometer report, we didn't bring it out. They indicated in their findings that Ghanaians have lost confidence in our judiciary. CDD came out with the same report. Their own Nana Komia, spokesperson to their campaign in 2024, had cause to make that statement publicly under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo that indeed people had lost confidence in the judiciary of Ghana. That was their legacy. So if the good people of this country today see an opportunity to inject some level of sanity and confidence back into that judiciary, and they take advantage of that, the NDC has nothing to do except to champion the interests of the good people of this country.
I think we are over politicizing.
I'm just telling you that if the good people of this country are they politicians?
No.
If the demand of their president, who coincidentally happens to be a flag bearer of the NDC in the last election, if the good people of this country demand of their president that because of this series of surveys that shows that there's waning confidence in our judiciary, there's the need for some accountability, and decide to invoke our laws of the country to demand that the president gives that accountability, how is that political or partisan? It's not partisan.
Could we have engaged for reforms instead of a removal?
Look, it is not the president who petitioned himself.
No.
He was petitioned by citizens of this country. And like I indicated, those petitions did not start with President Mahama. Indeed, even when President Nana Addo was president, Justice Tokono had petitions against her. So why are we creating the impression that this is political? I can understand that the NPP is doing everything to get attention, especially after their humiliating defeat. But they should leave our democratic processes alone. And unless, of course, you don't understand the role of our electoral commission when it comes to our democracy. If you think that the judiciary or the executive or the legislature is more important than our electoral commission when it comes to our democracy, then you must have a rethink. Because without the electoral commission that guarantees free and fair elections that the people can have confidence in, these branches of government will not exist.
Very well. Thank you, Hamza. Thank you, Hamza. Briefly, in a few seconds, I need to take a break.
Like I said, we should not again over-politicize issues.
Indeed.
One, if you look at all the survey reports about loss of confidence in the judiciary, then the question we ask is, what steps did the CJ take to reform the judiciary to ensure that confidence can be restored in the judiciary? Because as CJ, you are head of the administration. So if there are reports that say that there's loss of confidence in the judiciary, what steps did she take to restore confidence in the judiciary? These are professional issues. And that is why I think that when people have been appointed to certain roles and they are they have a term of a security in terms of job, I think that people must begin to act professionally and ethically at all times. How did it happen that the CJ or Ghanaians lost confidence in the judicial process and that people could sit down and say, this case is predictable what is going to happen? That the CJ herself was seen as acting politically in the issue of the parliament and issues like LGBT issues, Domelevo himself, and issues like that. How did that perception feed into public domain? So it is important that when people, you see, once you get appointed, and this is what I think that people must appreciate, especially CJ, you have a security of job, tenure. So long as you act properly, no one can take you out. And that is why the process is shrouded in camera. So that, look, no matter what any politician tries to do, if you are found, okay, there's nothing they can do about it. So for me, it is important that people begin to learn to act professionally and ethically when they are appointed to office. Politicians are easy. We can easily point our fingers at politicians. But what do people do? You are a professional lawyer. You have been appointed into a role. You are an engineer. You have been appointed. How do you act professionally?
It's your conduct in that position.
It's your conduct that leads to people making a certain perceptions about the whole institution. So I think that we should try and reduce the politicization of everything and begin to look at people's professional conduct and ethical conduct, in matters.
Let me take a quick break. I'll come back to you. I'll give you the opportunity. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue with the conversation regarding the suspension of the Chief Justice and other matters.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernal Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernal Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernal Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernal Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernal Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, you might think that your CCTV or electric fence would prevent crime. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
We had CCTV and electric fence. We thought we were safe. But when the robbers came in, they cut our fence and they didn't care. I was terrified for my baby's life. The CCTV recorded everything. But Response One monitored alarm system, which is connected to our electric fence, that saved us. The swift response from the alarm system triggered a signal instantly. They dispatched their response team immediately. We now feel safe. Now we truly feel protected.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response One's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response One, stay connected, stay protected.
Imagine a place where technology and compassion meet. A sanctuary of health, precision, and trust. At Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, we redefine excellence. From advanced ultrasound, X-ray, and CT scan services to accurate laboratory, cardiology, and dentistry, our mission is clear: to provide the care you deserve with accuracy, precision, and speed. Your trusted healthcare partner, Olive Health Diagnostics, always ready whenever you need us. Olive Health Diagnostics and Imaging, redefining excellence in medical diagnostics.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is the news review segment on Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. I'm going to Akusia to wrap it up on the conversation regarding the suspension of the CJ. We have to make it clear that so far she's only been suspended. A committee has been set up to probe. Okay, she's not been removed yet, so let's not jump ahead of ourselves.
It's not been ruled yet, but they rolled the dice. And as they do with other cases, or as they do when they believe they have a case, is they take to the court of public opinion and run down whoever is involved. And that, in this case, it's her. They are chipping away at her integrity, her credibility, and everything of substance about her. Now, I was trying to remember something that he said, as far as a certain point he made that I completely forgot because he tried to be, chatty on break so that I'll forget. but when it comes to what they are doing, like I said, it's next easy. The EC is not even, it's child's play for them at this point. They'll move straight to Supreme Court judges. They're going to make serious changes. That is where they also have to sit up. If they think that it is Madame Gertrude and her ladyship and they don't want to support or step up, then they have another thing coming because they'll be coming for them. And then when he talked about Ghanaians losing confidence in the judiciary, this is not something that started under MPP. Look at the historical antecedents of even the killing of these judges. Till that dastardly act happened, public outrage was against the judiciary because, of course, it was a military regime and they were saying these guys are the corrupt ones. So it's never, in no point in our history has there been absolute confidence in the judiciary. When the MPP comes into power, they try to make things better. When they come, they equalize and make things worse. And we are seeing it. We are seeing it in the governance. The lights don't stay on. Prices of goods are going up. They're sacking people from their jobs. They are making justification for sacking them and saying late appointments. But they are even going as far back as 2022 and 2021 to revoke appointments. So it's the reset is a bloodless coup. That's what we should call it. It has nothing to do with deepening democracy and governance or whatnot. After all, then how would the National Security Operative go to someone's house without a warrant, break open a door and ransack? Where does this happen?
Very well, Kusia. Thank you. Let's move on to other matters. ECOWAS is 50 years. The launch, of course, happened here in Ghana. We were fortunate enough to host that. Logo was unveiled, a theme was declared. But what is of importance to us is the declaration by the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who announced a new initiative, okay, to offer 1,000 scholarships to tertiary students from across the ECOWAS sub-region to study in Ghanaian universities. Is the President not making one too many promises? Hamza, I'll start with you.
Absolutely not. I think that we are rather fortunate to have a very progressive president who looks deeply into the future and decides to come out with policies that prepares us for that future. You remember that his first term as president, when the MPP made all the noise about Dumso, he told us that though Dumso was known by everyone to be an age-long problem, he was committed to solving it. And he was going to be meticulous in that regard. And it took him close to a year to put in the necessary investments in the energy sector that at the time, as a country, we did not appreciate. But soon after that, when the MPP won power, remember that they started complaining about excess capacity because the president had prepared us in such a way.
As well as unfavorable agreements.
Yes, the agreements were favorable. Most of them were both operate and transfer. That is why we have the likes of Car Power today being owned by the Republic of Ghana.
But same has been linked to the energy sector debts.
That cannot be appropriate. And we have made that point. I don't want to divert to that sector, but clearly, I'm just telling you that these were novel initiatives that even positioned Ghana to be able to export power and gave us an opportunity to prepare for any industrial expansion where we wouldn't have to look over our shoulders because of issues of electricity. Unfortunately, our friends from the other side came, rolled back the clock of progress in that regard. But that has always been President Mahama. He looks into the future. When he assumed office, the first thing he did was to travel to the Sahel areas because of how close they are to our borders, and most importantly, the existential threat that could cause the Republic of Ghana, if not handled well. He's proceeded to appoint an envoy to man the affairs of these states. He also understands that within Africa, indeed, it is not enough for us to keep saying that Ghana is the gateway to Africa. We must operationalize it. We must put it into action. And the only way to do so is to open our doors to attract the very best from the continent. Because if you see what is happening in the Western world, the United Kingdom and the United States of America, that is what they do. They open their doors. We all rush in there applying for schools to get into those institutions, and they even give scholarships. What they do is simply an avenue of brain drain, finding ways to get the very best from the African continent. Now, Ghana has been the gateway of Africa. We must equally position ourselves to ensure that at least within Africa, we are able to attract the best of brains to our country so that we can take advantage of it to actually lead the continent in the future. And another important advantage of that is that, look, you are not only going to have Ghanaians acting as ambassadors of the Republic, so your political appointees, MPs, and what have you, would not only be the ambassadors selling the country outside. If you have a situation where you have in excess of about 1,000 people coming from different parts of Africa to study in Ghana, they themselves, after their studies, they become ambassadors of the Republic of Ghana. That is how you open up this country for business. That is how you open it up to get the needed international attention so that at least we can increase our foreign direct investments in the country. So there's an economic goal to it, and there's also a diplomatic goal to be achieved.
And then also there's a drain on the public purse. How are we funding this?
You see, sometimes when you do so and you open it and give scholarships, you will be amazed the kind of interest it will generate in Africa, that even you have African students from different parts of the world paying to attend Ghanaian universities. It is a bait. See it as an investment drive. It is a bait for the African continent to appreciate our educational institutions and begin to bring their students here, which they will be paid for. You people do it. You call it advertisements. You do it. You find ways of spending to increase your revenue in the form of business. Government is also committed to doing same and opening our shores so that at least we can reap the needed benefits from our engagements within the continent.
Thank you. Because there are Ghanaian students abroad complaining that they've not received their stipends, yet we are offering scholarships.
This one is even a very simple matter. I won't even speak too much about it, but let me just correct something that he mischievously said, that in the 8 years that Nana Akufo-Addo was in power, he never promoted now acting Chief Justice Bafuboni's wife. In 2021, she was made Director of Prisons. In 2024, in January 2024, she was appointed Deputy Director General at the Prison Service. So she got 2 promotions in the last 8 years. So maybe he doesn't know, but I just want to put it there. And 1,000 scholarships to member states. There are people who are calling me day in, day out, pleading that I help them with their fees because Get Fund hasn't come through. Charity begins at home. Pay the students here. And when you are done paying them,
were you receiving same calls?
Extend. It was worse. I don't know. It was worse. It was worse. But now
I like that honesty.
Oh,
I like that honesty.
I'm a very honest person. I'll tell you the truth where it is. It's pay the people here, clear those areas, because you see, when you reset, there are people that were depending on their brothers and sisters to support them in school. You've reset their jobs, so they cannot they cannot help their siblings further their education. So Suhini, this is a passionate appeal to you, since you have the ear of the president, as you clearly articulated his thoughts on why her ladyship should go through what she's is going through, although unfairly.
I think that the president is already acting on it. If you look at the decapping of Get Fund that you decided to cap, and even do so with an act of parliament, this government has decided to decap it. And I can assure you that in less than no time, we would be able to increase the earnings of Get Farm from about 3 billion to 7 billion. That puts us in a position to be able to pay for the arrears that you have left.
You've never
in terms of the scholarships you awarded. The NDC government has not awarded any scholarship yet since it came into office. You awarded those scholarships, failed to pay for them. And so we are in a position to confirm the arrears. And I can assure you that
government is a continuum. You are in a position to make those payments this year because you are not there to make those payments. The children are suffering. They are actually quite destitute.
Very well.
Let's pay. Let's not play politics about it. No, because it's a topic today, so I have to talk about it.
I mean, as Suini put it, more advertising the country to member states.
No, first, there's no official explanation that I have seen about the 1,000 scholarships. So I cannot speak to the rationale behind it. But I would want to caution that some of these things should not just be done on a knee-jerk basis, where we come out and say, oh, it looks nice. It will look nice on us if we give out 1,000 scholarships. But from a Pan-Africanist position, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think that it promotes integration. And I think that other African countries should do likewise. Because we've been talking about African Union for ages, and we've been talking about ECOWAS and all that for ages. But we have done very little to promote integration. So for me, from a Pan-African perspective, there's nothing wrong with it. But it is important that it is well thought through, so that it is not just President Mahama saying the next president will continue it. So that there's consistency in an effort to promote Pan-Africanism. For me, that is where my concern is. Because when we don't think through some of these things, we take one step forward, 2 steps backward. Because another president can say, now we see it, and then leaves it. And then we don't gain anything from it. So for me, let's come out clearly from a policy point and say, this is what we want to achieve with this. Let's sell it not just to Ghana, but to other African countries and say, look, we think that this is a step forward towards integration of Africa and all that. But knee-jerk reactions don't help us. And I think that those are the things that we need, we need to look at.
We need a detailed plan regarding this particular initiative.
I mean, just like...
For one, the budget has already been presented. So when does this take effect?
Exactly.
There's nothing clear about it. Be captured under?
I think that government will provide the needed information. I share in the concerns of...
When we don't sell these things to Ghanaians first, and all we hear on the stage is, oh, I'm going to give a $1,000. Is it coming from his pocket? It's coming from the Ghanaian taxpayer. So you just don't go out there and go and make an announcement and say, oh, I'm giving 1,000 scholarships. This should have been told Ghanaians that, look, we want to do this, and this is why we want to do it, because to promote this. Then you even, through your ambassadors, begin to talk to Nigeria, talk to the other African countries and say, look, let's do this for ourselves. You see, the world is in a flux now, and we as Africans need to begin to take long-term strategic decisions. Look at what's happening globally. So for me, these are things that we should be thinking deeply about, rather than making things that make us feel good among our peers because possibly somebody wants to lobby to become ECOWAS chairman in the next... we need to move from the cosmetics. We need to become deep in the things that we want to do. So for me, that is where I want to look at this issue.
I think that I share in the concerns of our senior comrade on the show. And unlike the New Patriotic Party, I would not permit me to say attempt to provide a defense to the concerns being raised. What I can assure him is that, look, I share in most of them. And from this platform, I would get in touch with the authorities that be. The power belongs to the good people of this country. And so if they are calling for better explanation about certain government interventions, it is only proper that we make that available. So I'll get in touch with possibly the Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs and also the Minister of Education to provide the needed basis of the President's announcement. I know as a matter of fact that the President couldn't have just walked onto the show and onto the event and start making those announcements if discussions were not held prior to that particular event. So, but I share your concern. And I can assure you that as a government, we will do everything within our power to ensure that we provide you with the needed information. If at the end of the day, the Ghanaian people feel that this is not a policy that should be pursued, be rest assured that President Mahama and the NDC government will listen and we will take a back stage as far as that policy is concerned. But until that is done, we'll get in touch with the necessary powers and provide the explanation to you for us to proceed. But this has nothing to do with the President's ambition of either being a ECOWAS chairman or whatsoever. President Mahama has seen it all. That's what we always said. Especially, and he doesn't need.
He has his eyes set on that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He doesn't even need the title of ECOWAS chairman to start working in the interest of the ECOWAS bloc. You saw it. Immediately he was elected as president. He started his journey in terms of trying to bring the continent together. He is not the ECOWAS chairman, but that is what responsible leadership is about, and that is what he's doing. He's providing leadership, even though he's not an ECOWAS chairman.
Is he positioning himself as a star boy?
In the past, you see, we promised a reset. In the past, we had a president whose public utterances was so costly to this country that it was even difficult for us to travel to any of the Sahel states. And it subjected government, the country, to a point of ridicule. The NDC promised reset. President Mahama is enjoined by our promise to demonstrate responsibility in public office and to communicate in both in action and in words to the African continent that this is a new Ghana that has gone back to our foundational principles, and that what they were used to the last 8 years had nothing to the traditional identity of the Republic of Ghana. And so that is the reset agenda he's doing, because so much damage was done to our international image. So when we were campaigning to be elected into office, it was not simply a responsibility to be concerned about domestic affairs. We appreciated that our international relations had dire consequences even on our domestic decisions. It's a double-edged sword.
What happened to Dufiasem?
No. You see, Dufiasem is not the foreign policy of the Republic of Ghana. Our foreign policy is clear. Dutiful engagement with other countries, respectful manner, in a way that protects the interests of Ghana and projects our identity.
Very well.
That is what we are doing. Dufiasem by the late President Mills was said in a certain context. And mind you, many people, even within the NDC then, had issues with that statement, and they made it public. This is a party that is determined to reset. And so we will do everything within our power to do so. And I can assure my sister that they are welcome to join the train. Enough of the destructive politics we play and the harm we cause to this country. You are having a president who is level-headed, who is committed and ready to serve this country to the best of his ability.
So should we push for more participatory politics?
Absolutely. That is what President Mahama represents. I'm sure over the weekend you saw the hearty interactions he had with the late former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Would have been very interesting to know what they were
Indeed,
discussing.
but not long ago, people have forgotten that President Akufo-Addo decided to disrespect him publicly before our international partners. When he was president, decided to walk over him, not even to greet him, simply because President Mahama was criticizing his government as a flag bearer, as opposition leader then. You remember? That's that spectacle. President Mahama could have repaid that gesture, but he chose to be a responsible leader. That is what leadership is about. Everyone saw that video. Even as a party, you guys have a problem with Nana Addo.
Diplomat. I don't think he would do that.
He would never do that.
You didn't see the video. I can't deny the existence of that.
Let me tell you. I remember there was last year there was a video where it looked like two public figures had walked past each other, only to discover that they had moments ago actually met and interacted. So the video looked like they were ignoring each other. It wasn't. In this context, it's just something that he wants to use to paint the former president in a bad. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will never see John Mahama anywhere and walk past him. It just won't happen. So let's not decide to find you know, this framing that you keep doing. You have to stop framing and start fixing the country. Start fixing.
He calls him Johnny.
The fixing you said you do it. framing, always framing.
But he calls him Johnny. So should they have a cordial relationship?
Do we even see recent pictures in the Kwewu Easter, their interactions and everything? So, I mean, sometimes you can do the mischief, but sometimes it gets too colorful.
Let's wrap it up with our final issue for this morning. The issue of alleged medical negligence and all that. The president has directed that the CEO of the Tamale Teaching Hospital be sacked over some...
Was it the president or the minister?
The president actually gave that directive. But the minister paid a surprise visit to the hospital.
Okay.
let me start from you, Kosi. This issue of medical negligence has been coming over and over the period. But what has been missing are the results of the investigations that have been commissioned into SAFE. How important is it that we have these results and take lessons from there going forward?
Okay. So, first, I was quite surprised at the decision that the medical director or head of the hospital has been dismissed. Because, again, it speaks to knee-jerk issues. A minister doesn't have to go to a hospital with all that drama, and then in a few hours you hear that the CEO has been dismissed. You sit down and provide policy. If you want to find out what is happening in the hospitals around this country, you have a director of medical services or you invite him into a meeting, sit down and say, what is the status of all our hospitals? What is the evidence that there was negligence? Let's deal with the issues. Look, government, because I heard some of the exchanges on air where he says, okay, government will no longer buy equipment. Very soon we are going to do develop an escrow account where when we provide equipment. Look, only a few years ago, the issue in Kolebu, where there was supposed to be dialysis. What happened? Kolebu administration says, look, it costs us so much to provide this service. So the minimum we can do is that we must be able to recoup the money. Government kept insisting, no. Parliament went, no, you can't charge this. Why? For political reasons. Now you are restraining the hospitals from generating enough income to support the equipment that they have. And yet the same government then goes back and says, you are not maintaining the equipment. I mean, let's be fair. For me, running this country is not about showmanship. Just a few weeks ago, the minister was at Ridge. He had the same spat with administrators at Ridge. For me, we are running this country as if it is a showbiz. I mean, that is no proper way to run a country. I think I find it very sad that within a few hours, the man is dismissed without any proper saying that these are the findings of a committee. We have established this, there was negligence, and therefore the man is being removed. Simply because possibly the man stood his ground and therefore maybe the minister felt embarrassed. They say, no, we are the politicians who will dismiss you. I think that it doesn't speak well. It doesn't speak well.
So what do you make of the approach of the minister in this matter?
You know, this season 2 of President John Mahama is replete with sound bites, footages. If ministers are not crying to court attention to depart from their abysmal failure in the Galamsey fight, then it's also another minister trying to court the public opinion with a footage of a supposed altercation, making it seem to fight for justice of somebody who has just lost their life. When it comes to the medical space, teaching, education, and health, politics should play no role. We just have to do the right thing. Tamale Teaching Hospital has had challenges. You know, I just quickly searched and I realized that they get a lot of support and donations from NGOs. Most recent one, even from New York City. New York City itself, providing medical supplies to Tamale Teaching Hospital. They get all these supports and other things. But clearly, it's not enough. And constantly there are challenges. Take us, for instance, when we came into power, seeing the challenges women underwent in Kumasi. The former First Lady set up the mother and baby units in Komfo Anokye in record time to arrest a problem. Why? Because that is the approach. It's not about dramatization and getting footage to put on TikTok and vlogs. No. This gentleman, since that video came out, people have literally eulogized him. In fact, I thought he had died. Saying all sort of things that he's done, how he stepped in, how he's shown leadership. What he did to him is most unfortunate. I've seen his elder brother, or is he your younger brother?
Elder brother.
Yes. Take to a Facebook post, and in their, like how he's doing here with soft PR and trying to water down the thing. He's also tried to do that on his Facebook because he realizes the blunder that the minister caused yesterday. It was unacceptable for you to scream and shout at medical doctors. Do you know what they go through? For them to see politicians play with their lives and decisions, and sometimes they're asking for increases in their salaries and whatnot, and only to hear the things that are being awarded through parliamentary processes. What he did was not just, I never want to see it. Right. It's so embarrassing to say the least. they should stop this thing of always acting. Maybe there's a flow chart. Health, action. Then he screams at somebody. Lance, cry. Then he's crying. He didn't cry.
Movie production.
In fact, I would have expected the defense minister, defense and interior, to hold hands and weep when the woman and the 4 children were killed in Winduri. Those images and videos were horrible to say the least. They have no clue. They don't know what they are doing.
Thank you.
So it's distracting us by chasing this poor woman, her ladyship, Justice Isaba. Araba Tokun. That's what they want to do.
Go around and go back.
There's no.
How's that?
They
2
don't
minutes.
have a plan.
You see,
2 minutes.
You see, senior comrade, this is what happens to the conscience of a nation. When you become so used to 8 years of bad governance, to the extent that your only labeling of accountability and proactiveness on the state of state functionaries will be deemed showbiz. Because in the past, last 8 years, we never got that opportunity. Our ministers were simply warming their seats. They had no idea of the things that were going on in institutions under them. Because they did not leave the comfort of their offices. They were simply interested in sitting there, signing fat contracts and taking percentages. That is what we've been used to the last 8 years. And so today, when we see ministers going out of the comfort of their offices, engaging institutions under them, ensuring accountability, trying to understand the demeanor and ethical standards of those who work under these institutions, you will be forgiven to think that they are engaged in showbiz. Because in the last 8 years, you didn't have that. So probably you've forgotten. But the ordinary Ghanaian out there needs it. When the minister visited Tamale Teaching Hospital, it was not because he just got up and decided to do so. It's because the inhabitants of the town demanded action for far too long. My dad died in that hospital. I know what we go through as inhabitants. I know the conduct of the management, the disdain and the carelessness on the part of some of them. But let me also use this platform to say that there are many of them who are very diligent. And you see that he had an encounter with one of the doctors. I'm told Dr. Valentine, not the CEO, the videos that you circulated. Later on, when we investigated, and this is how responsible governance is about, we realized that his outburst was not out of disrespect or disdain to the ministers, but largely because of his own frustration. Because even investigations revealed that in most cases, the gentleman, the said doctor, had to use his own resources to buy necessities that the hospital needed. So even the minister and the deputy minister of roads and lands, highways, had no other option but to understand his frustration. It was subsequent engagement that exposed the kind of leadership at the hospital that probably resulted in the president's directive to sack the CEO. I can assure you, I've had meaningful engagements with the CEO. He's one gentle person, very humble, down to earth. And so if you see...
But the leadership was...
Probably, maybe the presidency or the ministry has an issue with the leadership. But you see, when you see appointees acting, what the MPP wants is to have our appointees sit in the offices so that they do not get to engage with the people and understand the kind of what they left behind. This is not showbiz. This is about being proactive and ensuring that we hold accountable state institutions under their stewardship.
Thank you. Hamza Sweeney is a member of the NDC's communication team. Akosua Menu, MPP's 2024 parliamentary candidates for the Adentan constituency. Michael Kosi Dede, a member of the Convention People's Party. A number of your messages came in. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to deal with it. But thank you so much for staying with us. This has been the News Review here on Breakfast Daily. My name is Nanatufo Boateng. But don't go away. We have more on the show for you.
excellent.
Be that business owner that stands out and is very productive.
You're so confident. How do you do it?
It starts with Built. Where does your confidence come from? Paperwork made simple. Built takes all the hassle away. Yeah, don't be like her. Built is your all-in-one simplified finance platform. It's your home for invoices, payments, your payroll, and so much more.
Oh, wow.
Grow your business today. Sign up now at built.africa. Download the Built app now.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community, I just mentioned no.
My puppy go figure your own plans, so I go figure my own.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut.
How Zebaut there?
Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Welcome. It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
This April, 97.3 City FM invites you to join us for a powerful journey of faith, reflection, and connection in our seasons of prayer. As we step into this season of renewal, we bring you a month-long special encounter that will uplift your spirit and strengthen your soul. Whether you're seeking peace, guidance, or simply a deeper connection in faith, this is the perfect opportunity to come together in prayer and find inspiration in the midst of daily life issues. It's time to reflect, refuel, and reconnect. So, mark your calendars, gather your loved ones, and be part of something truly reviving. Seasons of Prayer is on 97.3 City FM this April. Stay tuned and let's pray together for brighter days ahead. It's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2025. Tune in to Midnight Cry from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and Prayer Encounter from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Call 0244-981112 for more information. Let the power of prayer guide you this season. Seasons of Prayer is powered by 97.3 City FM.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales, and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful. You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space.
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesday,
yeah.
You know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello. Once again, you are welcome to Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV, and we are coming to you live from our studios at Tessano. And we will bring you something interesting.
Yes,
Jifa, how are you doing?
I'm okay. It's a rainy morning.
Rainy morning.
And I don't know. You know, sometimes when you're sleeping and at that time of the morning where you are now zooming into the sleep and you have to wake up
and come to work.
Because
you need to pay bills.
Exactly, and the work has to go on. We need to inform our viewers, educate them, and of course entertain them. So we are here, but it was a smooth ride to work, even though the rain started quite heavy with a lot of wind. I got to the office very safely. I don't know about you. How's your experience coming?
I got to the office safe, but I was held up a bit because of the rain.
Right.
When it started, you could tell how immense it was, but later, but I think it's still drizzling.
Yes.
So if you are watching us, you can tell us what is happening in your community, the challenges you are facing before you got to the office when it comes to rain. 0204447033. You can join us on our text console and with videos. If you do have videos, you can send some of the videos for us to us as well, so that we can share with our viewers.
You know, one thing that caught my attention on my way to work in the rain, the fact that some drains, even though the rain was not so heavy at the time I was on my way, some drains were already choked. You could see filth all over the streets. I used the what's the name, Medina UPSC East Legon area, and most of the streets were filled with plastic waste.
Exactly.
And funny enough, was it just yesterday or 2 days ago we spoke about plastic waste and
In
how
Accra.
to manage?
In Accra.
And I saw it this morning and I'm like, oh my God.
We are going to have further conversation on this. So if, like we stated earlier, if you have details you can share with us, why not? You should just share with us 0204447033. We'll be looking at the situation when it comes to the downpour that happened from dawn to this morning, and we understand it's still drizzling. But for now, let's bring you some things that happened over the week. That is the Easter Orphan Project. We are thanking all of you, like we keep saying. Without you, we couldn't have done what we did on Easter Monday. We went to the Iris Place, went to the Chosen Rehab, and also the Basco Orphanage Home to share with them the items you brought to us here at Channel 1 TV and also City 97.3 FM. And we want to say a big thank you to you all, our viewers, our listeners, and all that. People who do not listen to us or view or watch our television, but when there are events, they participate. I'm sure all of them, silent listeners, silent viewers, and all that, they did the best they could for us, and we put smiles on the faces of the many individuals out there.
All right, need I remind viewers and listeners as well that seasons of prayer are still ongoing. The whole month of April has been a month of prayer, thanksgiving, and going back to God to pour your heart out for your needs. Now, if you want to join seasons of prayer, there are 3 time blocks that you can join, because we are tailoring all the blocks just to suit your needs. We don't want anybody to miss out on it. So you don't have any excuse to say, oh, I missed out on the whole seasons of prayer session. So if you want to join the midnight cry, that's between the hours of 12 a.m. And 1 a.m., 12 midnight and 1 a.m. This is your day happens at 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And also prayer encounter. For those who may have missed the first 2, you can join on our Facebook Live, that's City 97.3 FM, between the hours of 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. and then have an encounter with Jesus. And this is also a lead on to our family consecration service that's going to be happening on 1st May. We are nearing, today is 23rd.
Yes.
So just about
7 days.
7 days, barely a week to go and have an encounter with Jesus at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel, Accra. 1st May. It's 6 a.m. to 12 noon. So do make it a point to be there. You are seeing all these ministers of God who are going to be present to worship with you, and it's going to be an amazing experience. So we have Reverend Stephen Wingham, Reverend Mauli Chikata, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Nwagbewonu, Reverend Nelson Awintia, and also Reverend Fred McDavis. They'll all be there to usher us into the month of May as its family month right here at Channel 1 TV and CTF.
For us to clear the rest of the year.
Of course. So do make it a point to be there. If you miss seasons of prayer, I don't know why you would want to miss family consecration. Yes. And 1st May is a holiday. So, I mean, you don't have any excuse at all. Don't stay at home and lazy about and waste the day.
The interesting part of family consecration for me is the renewal of vows.
Yes.
Because sometimes when you get married, you don't know that midway in the marriage, you would have to renew your vows or keep the flame burning.
Yeah.
But with this particular program, you attend, you get to renew your vows, you tell your spouse.
Yeah.
Yes, and it helps. By the time you are living there, you've rekindled the love in the marriage, and you can be able to move on for the rest of the years you have to spend in marriage. So make sure that you attend Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel, Accra on Thursday, 1st May 2025, 6 a.m. prompt to 12 noon. So you should be part of this.
Another interesting thing about the family consecration for me is the fact that it's as it says, or as its name says, family consecration is a family program. So it's not just for mommy or daddy or mommy and daddy. Come with the whole family, come with the kids. Let them also have an encounter with Jesus. Because sometimes when we leave the kids out of it, you think that, they are not ready to learn how to pray. But even the Bible says, teach the child the way he or she should go. And when they grow, they will not depart from it. So do not leave the kids at home. Bring them together as a family. Usher yourselves into the hands of the Lord. And let's see how the rest of the year is going to pan out for you. If you're looking up to God for something, I think the family consecration is a time or a moment to come together as a family and then cry out unto the Lord and see what he has installed for you.
Exactly. So be part of this event, Thursday, 1st May 2025. But before we went on this promos and all that, we're talking about the rains.
Yes.
And for us here, we are very much interested in the fact that when it rains, we want to know what is happening in the capital. Maybe Accra, be it Kumasi, be it Tamale, among other things. So make sure that you are sending us your messages. Send us the videos that you can share with us, 0204 447033. We want to know the situation on the ground. We want to know what is happening when it comes to the rain situation. Were you able to get to office successfully? Was there traffic or gridlock? I'm sure on the Atala Road, that is the Wager to Kaswa Road. Yeah, I'm sure there was some sort of traffic
in some parts of Accra. So if you're watching us this morning, please do make sure that you join the conversation. We want to hear from you. We are here because of you. So let's connect with us. Let's get very interactive. And as Philip rightly mentioned, if you have videos to share, I don't know what the situation in your area looks like, whether there's been flooding, whether there's filth littered all over the place. So do share your messages with us, and possibly videos and images as well, so that we can share with the rest of the world and know what's going on from your end as well. So we'll be looking forward to that shortly. Alternatively, you can join us on our social media handles as well. Send us a tweet on X. Use the hashtag Breakfast Daily, so that when we are looking for your tweet, it will be very easy for us to find it. Philip, now we have to go and listen to some good music.
Yeah.
We have an artist in the house. Judicial is going to serenade us into some good music. Take a listen.
Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Judicial, and it's a rainy morning, and I think you need something cool, you know? I know a lot of people are watching me. Hi, so listen. We belong together, and you know that I'm right. Why do you play with my heart? Why do you play with my mind? Said we'd be forever. Oh, said we never die. How could you love me and leave me and never say goodbye? goodbye. Girl, I can't sleep at night without holding you tight. Girl, each time I try, I just break down and cry. Pain in my head, oh, I'd rather be dead. Spinning around and around, although we've come till the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's so natural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Oh, till the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's so natural. You belong to me, I belong to you. Girl, I know you really love me. You just don't realize. You should have known it's only your first time. Maybe I forgive you. Oh, maybe you can now. You should have told me and leave me there, baby. Say goodbye. Girl, I can't sleep at night without holding you tight. Girl, each time I try, I just break down and cry. Pain in my head, oh, I'd rather be dead. Spinning around and around, although we've come till the end of the road, still I can't let you go. It's so natural. You belong to me and I belong to you. Oh, till the end of the road, still I can't let you go. It's so natural. You belong to me and I belong to you. I belong to you, and you belong to me, and we belong together forever, ever. On the road, still I can't let you go. It's so natural. You belong to me, I belong to you. You belong to me. Come till the end of the road, still I can't let go. It's so natural. You belong to me and I belong to you. Till the end. To the end, to the end, to the end, to the end of the road. Ooh, I belong to you. To the end of the road, still I can't let you go. It's so natural. You belong to me, I belong to you. I belong to you. Once again, my name is Judicial. I'm an Afrobeat artist, and this is what I have. Okay, let's move to the next song. When will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. No final kiss of the state we were in. I have no idea of where we were in, but I know I have a figure heart and a bitterness, and I'm wondering how heaviness in my head. So don't you remember? Don't you remember? The reason you love me before. Baby, please remember me once more. When was the last time you thought of me? Oh, have you completely erased me from your memory? Oh, I figured out where I went wrong. The more I do, the less I know. I know I have a figure heart and a bitterness, and I'm wondering how heaviness in my head. But don't you remember? But don't you remember? The reason you love me before. Baby, please remember me once more. Do you give me? I know I've begun and do it to me. And everything that you can be, and bring it back to me. Don't you remember? The reason you love me before. Baby, please remember me once more. When will I see you again? Yeah, once again, the name is Judicial, and we hit it.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
Blasters
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe Zabal.
How Zabal there?
Zabal won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Welcome back from that break. You're still live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. If you just joined us, you're very welcome. Earlier on, before we went on the break, we mentioned that there was a heavy downpour this morning. So share with us what the situation is in your various neighborhoods. We'd love to hear from you. So you can connect with us via socials at Channel 1 TVGH, or you can send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number on your screen, 020-444-7033. Send us videos if you have some, or even pictures and also messages, so that we can interact with you and know what the situation is at your various locations. We are looking all across the country, so if you're in Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale, wherever you are watching us from, do make sure to send us a message, and then we'll get into that conversation quite shortly. But before that, we are getting up close with Kaj Real. Kaj,
hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you back. I mean, this is not your first time here, so when I say good to have you back.
Yeah, I get it.
And I must confess that your style of singing or your music always blows me away.
Yeah, thank you very much.
How do you do it?
I mean, I always try to be myself, and you know, I'm an Afrobeat artist, but again, I'm also an Afro soul artist. I like to dive deep into emotions. Okay. So I think I'm just doing something from within. Yeah.
Right. Speaking of which, do you just perform, or do you do what's it called? Like people's music, renditions of people's songs, or you have your own songs that you've written?
Okay, so I have my own song. I wanted to perform Down There. That's the title of the song.
Okay.
Yeah, let me give you a freestyle.
Go ahead.
I miss you every night, oh, and I want to hold you tight. Everything about you nice, and I want you now, and I want you down. Intimacy mukwaba, give me something, I did knock your door. Give me something, I did knock your door. Oh, door, oh. Me say, down there, mukwaba, brown there. Oh, him I gonna give me orgasm. With me, I go give you all my thing, yeah. Mr. Saying you are day. Uni wa me dende. Seminya play day. Seminya play day.
Interesting. Now talk to us about Down There. What went into the thought process, or what inspired the song?
Okay, so Down There is just like a jam song.
Okay.
Yeah, a laugh song. And I felt fine. I've been doing more soulful songs, but this time we need something down there to jam our feet, you know? Yeah, to jam with.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's doing well. Like, it's actually doing well. Beautiful. I have like over 2,000 streams on Spotify.
Oh.
And yeah, the promotion and everything.
When did you release it?
I released it last month, just last month.
Oh, and it's doing so well already.
Yeah, it's doing
Congratulations to you then.
Yeah, and thanks to my fans, my family, friends, and my team, Skyline. I work with Skyline, so they also help me. Yeah.
Beautiful. But aside from Down There, do you have other songs you are working on, or do you already have some?
Yeah.
How many do you have? How many songs do you have?
At the moment, I have like close to 10. Yeah, that I'm working on. And you see, when the energy is up like that, you need to keep the fire burning. So at the moment, I'm working on another one I want to release so that the fire will still keep. Yeah, I want to keep that thing.
Most definitely. Now let's talk about future finally before I let you go. What's the future looking like for Kadrio? Maybe in the next 5-10 years?
We are taking Grammys.
What should we be expecting?
We are taking Grammys.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Actually, everything looks so smooth, and I always keep on the work. So I've already seen the future to be very good, very bright, and don't worry, if I take the Grammys, I'll come and give it to you. I'll take a picture with it.
Please, I'll be expecting it because I'm rooting for you.
Yeah.
So I'll be expecting it. When you do, please make sure that you come back.
Sure,
else
sure.
I'll have a fight
I
to pick
will,
with
don't
you.
worry.
Anyway, share with us your socials, how people can reach out to you, and also stream your music.
Okay, so everywhere is Kadreal, K-A-J, space out R-H-E-A-L. Everywhere, Kadreal, Spotify, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere is Kadreal. Yeah, just look at my doings, you know, hi down there.
Kadreal, thank you so much.
Thank you
now,
too.
give me just maybe a line or two again from Down There, then Philip Nilate will take over. And
okay. I miss you every night, oh, and I want to hold you tight. Everything about you nice, and I want you now, and I want you down. Intimacy mukwaba. Give me something, I did knock your door. Give me something, I did knock your door. Oh, door, oh. Me say, down there, mukwaba, brown there. Oh, him I can give me orgasm. With me, I go give you all my thing, yeah.
And that's Kadrio for you. Having a conversation with Jifa KD, and he's saying down there, but we are certainly going to go up there. We are going up to the mountains, and we are bringing you something interesting. Ofie Market. I'm sure you may have heard of it, as in Kuapim North. It's happening every now and then. Maybe you would have to go up north and get the food item, or that vegetable, that cereal that you would have to buy at a cheaper price. And that is what we are bringing to you on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. In studio with me is Samuel Kudia Boatin, who is the Constituency Secretary Equiapim North. Hello, sir. You're welcome.
All right.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. What about you?
How did the first season of the Ophir market go? First of all, share with us the details of the Ophir market.
All right. Thanks so much. First and foremost, let me appreciate the opportunity you have given us. It doesn't come easy, especially having a major media player giving you this opportunity to sell out our idea to the Equiapim community and also the adjoining communities that share boundaries with us. Ophir market. Our MP, the venerable lawyer, Sami Ewuku, I remember as part of his campaign, he did lots of stakeholder consultations. So he met teachers, nurses, artisans, and also farmers. So after meeting the farmers, he realized that there were a lot of post-harvest losses. So when you come to our constituency, that's a Equiapim North constituency, we have market day in Adoso. It operates twice a week. That's Tuesdays and Fridays. And Fridays. All right, so the strategy to help our parents, those who are into farming, was to also introduce another market center that would only operate the last Saturday of the month. Exactly. So we chose, the first one was last month. That was April 29th. Sorry, March 29th. Yes, that was the first edition of it. And the second edition comes off coming Saturday.
That's 26th of April.
26th of April, yes, please.
How was it like with the first one? I'm sure because for us, we like cheap things, let's put it that way, or things that are subsidized at reduced price.
Yes.
Did you get the numbers there? Did you get a lot of people to participate? Let's say farmers or people who sell, and also people who came in to patronize.
Yes. With the first edition, as at 3 a.m., if you, I don't know if you can believe it, 3 a.m. we have a lot of market women there. What Ophir Market is doing is to go directly to the farmers and bring the items to the market center. So the market women can also buy, and also those who will be who will be doing the retailing and also consuming. All right, we also buy from there. So it's like we buying directly from the farmers. So the items was projected to be very cheap as compared to going to other known market centers around Accra or within the eastern region. So the first one, as at 3 a.m., we have a lot of market women there ready to buy these fresh food products from the farm. But when it got to around 11:30 to 12 noon, we realized that all the foodstuffs were gone. Yes. So there were a bit of concerns that came. You know, whenever there are shortages, there's this question of black marketing. Hoarding comes in. Yeah, so if you know the constituency very well, some moved down to the Manfi Hill. They'll buy the item from the farmers there. They will increase or they'll inflate their prices and bring it to the market center.
But that shouldn't happen this
year.
So well, let's bring you what happened in the first edition of the Ophir market. We have some pictures and videos to share with you after we can have a conversation on that. We are just hoping that the second edition is going to be as big as the first one.
I'm way too hot. I'm too spirited. I'm cool tempered. They say my dance is serious. My girls are hits you. I love my soccer. All my ladies taste like sugar. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. You can take me to London. I'm made in Ghana. You can take me to Lagos. But I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana.
And this is interesting because first edition, someone say first edition Puni. The second edition, the third edition. Yeah, what are we going to get? Because this one, you could see clearly that people have come in there to buy because you've heard that the farmers are now bringing in the food stuff so that they can sell. But how is farming like in the Equiapim North constituency. You have a lot of farmers there, and what are they really into?
Yeah, thanks so much. We have lots of farmers in there, in plantation, cassava. When it comes to the constituency, for instance, there are some communities that do gari.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and of course, there are lots of cassava plantations around. So that's cocoa, mukwamo, so there are a lot over there, and that's of palm production.
Okay.
Exactly. So these are basically the items that the farmers dealt in. Of course, some also are into plantation, the plantain farming and fish farm, other fish farming and so on and so forth.
So in order to solve the issue of post-harvest losses, what is it the farmers have been telling you? What is stopping them from bringing the food items to the market on an ordinary day?
Yes, they used to have issues with transporting the produce. So what the vulnerable MP is doing now is he has hired rhino cares.
Oh.
Yes, trucks to go directly to the farmlands to transport them to the market centers. Yes, and as I earlier indicated, those post-harvest losses, I think this is the strategy to bridge that gap and also to support our market women. So what he is doing is he has a lot of rhino trucks out there to go directly to the farmers and bring the produce to the market center. This way, what he also tries to achieve is also to make sure the prices of the foodstuffs are very minimum, are very reduced. Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the program happening this Saturday. What's the time, the venue proper, because we know your constituency is big, and how much should an individual come there with? 200 cedis, 300 cedis, 1,000, 2,000? If you can share details with us.
All right, thanks so much. It comes off Saturday 26th in Amunokrum Equiapim community. Sorry, Amunokrum Equiapim Deba grounds.
Okay.
It's just on the roadside.
Okay.
Just after the Presby Church, just on the roadside. We intend to open markets as early as 4 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah, because the last time, as I earlier indicated, the last time, as at 3 a.m., there were a lot of market women there.
That's 4 a.m. there by 9 or 8, everything is finished.
Yes, so the strategy.
You have enough in stock.
Yes. We are planning to bring the items there on Friday night.
So can I come and buy on Friday?
Yeah, no.
I can't come and buy on Friday.
No.
Early bed.
That one, it will depend on the market women. It will entirely depend on them. So we will bring the items on the Friday evening, so that as early as possible, because you see there are lots of women that would want to buy very early and also have their or cook or prepare anything that they want to do at home. So we intend to start very early. So by 4 to 6, market centers will be open so the produce are finished. But the last time, as at 12 noon, there are a lot of them were gone.
So if you are the late comer, you're thinking that I want to come there around 3 p.m. You may come and not meet anybody there.
I'm not sure you'll be getting what you really want. Yeah, you really want. Yeah.
Wow. But I was asking of the amount.
Of the that one also would depend entirely
what you want to buy.
What you want to buy.
Okay. So I can come there with as much as 5,000 or 10,000, and I'll be able to get enough stock home.
Oh, exactly. You'll be able to get.
So that is Samuel Kuria Boatin, who is the constituency secretary for Equiapim South. Is that something
Equiapim North, please?
Equiapim North, sorry.
Yeah.
Is that something so we want to say finally? To
yes. At least the opportunity given, let me also extend our greetings to the chiefs and good people of Equiapim North, and also to our member of parliament, the venerable lawyer, Honorable Samuel Uku, and all the party faithfuls. Yes. As they are aware, the party is the process of reorganizing. So we are only just asking and pleading that we all stick together, then we work together. Yes.
So this Saturday, make it a point to go to Ophir Market, happening in the Equiapim North constituency, and ensure that you are going to get the best of the produce that will be brought to the market. You're starting at 6 a.m. and you may want to get there very early so you can get the items you want and take home. Fresh, local, and cheap farm produce awaits you at that particular place. So I'll be there myself. You should expect me.
Yeah,
I'll be there myself so I can carry some items.
Yes.
We are still watching Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV. We have the entertainment highlights for you up next.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome. Now let's get into our first highlight. Now we commence on a rather disturbing note because podcast host and former NFL player Shannon Sharpe is facing a $50 million lawsuit filed in Nevada by a woman who claims she was sexually assaulted during their relationship, which began when she was 19. The woman, Gabrielle Zuniga, alleges parts of the relationship were non-consensual and has hinted at existence of a video evidence. Talks between legal teams have yet to reach a conclusion. The case has sparked widespread online attention.
This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media.
Now to our next highlight. Raymond Aqua, a respected former Joy FM news anchor and ex-husband of Miss G, has been appointed as technical advisor for strategic communications at the Ministry of Finance. Effective March 11, his media experience spans Radio Universe, City FM, and Joy FM. His appointment follows a trend of journalists moving into public sector communications, with Emefa Apau and Pakwesi Asare taking up similar roles at other institutions. We say congratulations to Raymond Aqua. Now to our next highlight. Nigerian actress Bimbo Ademoye has issued a stern warning to Ghanaian TV stations for broadcasting her films without permission. She named 2 channels, Nollywood Series TV and Nolly Specials, as offenders and ruled out any future negotiations due to repeated violations. Ademoye says she is ready to escalate the issue and joins a broader movement of African creatives fighting against media piracy. Now to our next highlight. Kokua, a Ghanaian woman, was lured to Libya with false promises of high-paying work. Her journey turned into a nightmare as she crossed the Sahara by road, endured brutal conditions, and faced abuse in Libya for 10 years. Now back home with her children, she warns others against the deadly risk of illegal migration. Her story highlights the cruel realities of human trafficking and the strength of the human spirit.
If you don't have the money to pay, they have to beat you, keep you in a room and beat you, keep beating you every day, and ask you to call your family members in Ghana
to
or
bring money.
Any country that you are from to bring money.
It's crazy.
And if you don't get it, sometimes they do kill you.
Now let's take a look at Channel One TV's top 10 countdown.
I don't wanna cheat on everyday temptation, baby. Oh, I just wanna spend on. Come here, make a spend on you. Oh,
Number 9.
Post for the photographer. I want to show you money. Can you please give me body?
Number 8.
I wonder, good girl someday. He did, he did, he did, he did. You sure?
Number 7. Number 6. Number 5.
I need some help.
Put my head on fire.
Number 4.
Please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max.
Number 3. Number 2.
Somebody, oh somebody, my body they pay me. Oh my God, God, God. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody, my body they pay me.
Number 1.
If you see the light, remember that I was with you. When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. I saw it go, I saw it go, I saw it go.
And this is how we end entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
Welcome back. You're still live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. And it's raining freebies in the studio. It's raining freebies because there's something free we are going to be talking about. I'm sure that you want to be a part of this because, look, it's a free training session. Who doesn't want free? Everybody does. Anyway, we've been joined in the studio this morning by Samuel Owusu. He's the director of the Research Evaluation Statistics Measurement Institute. Sam, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to have you.
Nice having you.
How was your journey here because of the rain from last night? Or this dawn, actually? Yeah, earlier this morning.
Actually, you know, as you know, Ghana traffic situation, but I managed to get here.
Anyway, it's again, it's good to have you. Now, talk to us about what's going on with your institute. What is it about, first of all?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it's Research, Evaluation, Statistics and Measurement, and we call it RISM, you know, RISM Institute. It's an interdisciplinary program that we have put together to help students and professionals who are already in the field to upgrade their skill sets in the area of research, evaluation, statistics and measurement.
Interesting. If you say students, what kind of students? Are we looking at senior high school students or tertiary students? And if it's tertiary, what level? So
I'm talking about, you know, people who are in the universities and those who have graduated with masters and then, you know, even those who are in a PhD. Because, you know, the research itself is a career. Evaluation itself is a career.
Right.
But then, you know, when you come to Ghana, students get to their final stage, they write their research project, here they call it project work.
Yeah.
They write it, and the idea is they just have to fulfill a course requirement to be able to graduate. But they don't see the research itself as a career. Because if you have done a social science program, you know, talking about political science, sociology, psychology, and all those things, the research and evaluation environment should be your immediate job environment to explore for a job. But because most people graduate without being well grounded in these areas that I'm talking about, they go home, they don't get a job to do. And a similar thing happened to me, because when I finished with political science and sociology, I stayed home for close to 5 years without having any substantive job until I traveled to the US, you know. So based on that experience that I had, I've realized that there's a need for me to give back to the society the knowledge that I have acquired. You know, going to the US, doing 3 master's degrees, that is a lot. I have acquired a lot of knowledge. And then also enrolling in a PhD, you know, that is a lot. So I have seen that the problems that I went through, the difficulties that I went through, I should be able to help, you know, people who are in that same, you know, situation to get themselves out from it and have some better living for themselves. So that is how come I put RISM Institute together, you know, to help students and professionals.
With research, it can be very tiring, like theses among other things. What really goes into it? Like some students will like, I've been asked to do research, to get a research topic, do chapter 1, or start from executive summary, do chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 to chapter 5, then come out with the findings and whatever, go and defend my thesis or my research. What really goes into it, and how can it be made easy for students to really go ahead and participate in such exercise?
Yeah, so when I was here, I got myself into the same, thoughts. I was thinking. It was very difficult for me.
You couldn't finish it?
I couldn't. It was so hard,
So we have to pay people to do for us.
That's what has been going on.
Yes.
And sometimes too, it's a group work.
Yeah.
So when it's a group work, okay, if you are good with methodology, do the method session.
part, yeah.
And then I'm good at analysis, I do the analysis session. But in the real world, that is not the situation.
Yeah.
You are supposed to do everything.
Yeah.
So most people see research like as a monster. They just get so much this anxiety around research and stuff. But when you go to the Western world, the practical approach that they take to teach the research, it makes it so interesting. So it's not like, some students come to me all the time, they say, oh, I've been told to come up with a research topic. That is so difficult. But that is not so much difficult. You can have a research topic from your own experience, from your own interests, the things that you are passionate about. So I was in the US, and then the former Minister of Education, Honorable Judicial, mentioned, that Ghana's education is centered on the first stage of Bloom's taxonomy. First stage of Bloom's taxonomy talks about memorizing. What we call it chew and pour.
Chew, pour, pass,
and forget. Exactly. So when I heard that, I heard the minister saying that, right there, I got a research topic from it.
Oh. Right.
So it's so practical.
And what was the topic?
So I came to Ghana. I came all the way from US to Ghana, collected data from University of Ghana lecturers, KNUST lecturers, Regent University, and then Central University. So in that research, I wanted to know, by comparing the public universities and the private universities, why they find it difficult. What is making the chew and pour aspects of it so why students are suffering or are struggling?
Well, I can answer from my point of view, because the lecturers are looking at just passing you per what you write, and they are not looking at the practical aspect
of what you
so it's more of theory than practical.
Yes, so that is the gap that I'm coming to fill now. So I'm bringing in the practical approach. So if you come and I say, okay, you want to do research, I'm going to take you through the practical steps. How can you even develop a research question? How can you conceive a research question? How can you design a research itself? If you want to conduct an interview, what is the effective way of conducting an interview? It's not just about reading some interview questions to the person. How can you probe? How can you ask follow-up questions to get the needed response that you need to really answer your research questions? So these are practical approach that I'm going to use. So, and then I also want to give the interdisciplinary exposure to students. So I did political science sociology. So the idea was, okay, when I went to the US, the idea was, let me continue with the political science that I did. So I did another master's again in public administration. But then when I graduated with the public administration, I realized that I was stuck to one specific area. But then I wanted to be able to move across different fields, be flexible enough. So I did another master's again in evaluation, measurement, and research.
Wow.
So that is interdisciplinary program. And then after that, I enrolled in a PhD in research, evaluation, statistics, and assessment. That is also an interdisciplinary. So it makes it easy for me to move across different fields. So as it stands right now, I'm evaluating a mental health project in the US, working with psychologists, clinicians, and then mental health patients and all that. And it is all because of my interdisciplinary background.
So is that to say that if we have to do research, it has to be taught well in the schools? Do you think that in the various tertiary institutions, it's like we are just doing shallow something and get the students to embark on a research or to do their thesis? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because research is a problem, and we all know. And it was there when I was a student, and it's still there right now. And everybody can attest to that fact. So what I'm saying is, the practical approach. We have to go the practical approach. So if you come to Raising Institute, I'm going to demonstrate to you. If I'm conducting an interview, I'm going to do it live.
Okay.
For you to see how I'm conducting an interview, how I'm probing questions, how I'm coming up with follow-up questions. If I'm designing a questionnaire, I'm going to take you through the practical steps of how to design a questionnaire. Design the whole study itself. If you are designing an evaluation, what goes into it? So that when students pass through Rhythm Institute, they don't find themselves wanting because they will be equipped with the practical skills that they need. And then also, if you have done psychology, sociology, whatever, this is going to serve as a top-up training.
Okay.
And this is the first of its kind in Ghana. There's no institute like this over here that is offering such a refresher course or a refresher training. If you go to advanced countries, there are several of them.
Right.
But if you're a student, you want to learn something. And if you are graduated, you are already in the field, you know, if there's something new, like a professional development, you want to develop yourself. So this is going to serve as that. And that interdisciplinary exposure that I want to give students so that they just don't get stuck in one specific field, but they can easily move around. And I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this with, I have a strong team that I'm doing this with. I have Professor Lipscomb with me. He's a professor emeritus at the University of Southern Mississippi in the US, and Professor Kevin Wells, who's also, you know, a professor, a statistics professor in the US, and Jody Williams. Right. So this is a strong team that I've put together. So instead of, you know, we all wanted to travel, and I'm not saying if you want to travel, don't go. But we are bringing the Western education closer to the people, so that you just don't complete school and then thinking that, oh, I want somebody to hire me and train me to do a particular job. If you are well grounded in the research, evaluation, these areas that I'm talking about, you will know that there's an immediate job environment that you need to explore immediately after school. And if you're already in the field, you can upgrade yourself so that you can become competitive enough to get the needed the kind of job that you need.
Right. You've been talking a lot about having to do three masters outside of Ghana, and that's very impressive. Now, and you've also spoken about practicality. So I want to ask you, where are we lacking if you comparing your studies outside abroad and Ghana? How are we lacking, and how can we bridge the gap?
Yeah. So. You know, because of my experience over there, and you know, so I help a lot of students to get admission for PhD program in the US.
Okay.
So before, you know, getting admission, they were scheduled for interview. So I said, okay, let me take you through a prototype form of interview, those that I have helped, so that, you know, I prepare them enough so that they get the admission and they also get scholarship to be able to go to the US. But then when I decided to do that with them, I realized that they were lacking. You know, they have a strong GPA. I helped them, you know, come up with a CV, statement of purpose, and all those things for them to get to be scheduled for interview for admission. But then if you see their GPA, 4.0, 3.9, that is astounding.
Yeah.
But then they want to interview you and know that if you really have that experience or you really have that knowledge that, you know, you are demonstrating on your transcripts. So when I decided to do these, you know, interviews with them, I realized that they were really lacking. If you ask them, okay, I chose this sampling technique to do my dissertation. That was when I really realized that some of them, they don't even do the research themselves. And then if you ask them, why did you choose this sampling technique? Why did you choose this design? They are not able to explain it to me. But then if you ask them, what is random sampling? They will tell you, it is blah, 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 blah. So they like the what is define.
Rather than having to explain.
But then if you give them a case study, that's how are you going to apply your research knowledge to get the needed responses or answers that you need to answer your research question, they find it difficult. Wow. So, as the former education minister said, it's all about chew and pour. But, you know, and then if you go to, if you search the jobs right now, there are several jobs in these areas that I'm talking about.
Jobs
research, evaluation, and all data analysis, there are several of them. Most of them are international jobs.
Wow.
But then the local graduates over here struggle to apply for these jobs. Because when I graduated, I never applied for such jobs because I didn't have that skill set in terms of research evaluation, these areas to be able to apply. So always it takes people who have gone outside to come and take these international jobs within here, So I want to equip the students or professionals with these, the kind of education, the Western education. I want to bring it home because at this point, I don't want to stay in America anymore. I want to come back home. But if I'm coming back home, I want to make an impact.
Yeah.
And I'm starting from, offering a free training.
Oh, wow.
So I've decided to offer a free training 26 April, this coming Saturday.
Before you go into that, I'm very much interested in the research bit and the thesis and the project because, trust me, a lot of students are running away from that. Is it proper that after the entire process, the report or the research thing that is done is on the shelves of most of the universities and they are not being used? As a researcher yourself, what do you think that should this information that these individuals have picked, that is students they have picked, at the end of the entire research should be used for? Should it just be left like that?
No, it's the whole process of the student going through that research process is to prepare the students to be able to identify problems.
Okay.
So, for instance, because I'm in the education field, when the former Minister of Education mentioned that Ghana's education is centered on Bloom's taxonomy, it dawned on me. Wow. So if you are also in a science field, whatever, that process, the research process that you are going through is preparing you for the job market, the outside world, because that is when you are going to do more. But then when they do this research and they just see it as a requirement. So we have to transition from just seeing research as a requirement, transition from that to a point where we see it as equipping us with the real world skills to be able to undertake research projects and then make a living. Because research itself is a career.
Yeah.
Even with the research itself, some people have specialized as methodologists, only in a specific area in their research. But here, it's not like that.
There are a lot of job opportunities in that, from what you are just explaining.
There are a lot of international job opportunities.
Do you just do for thesis, report, or for students, or you are into project management or research for projects and all that?
I'm all-round person because I even acquired my project management certificate. That's PMP in 2020.
Oh, okay.
So I've really acquired a lot of knowledge. At this point. So even if you come to Rhythm Institute, you're also going to benefit from my project management experience, because the project that I'm evaluating with in the US, I'm also managing people.
Projects, yeah.
You get it? So because if you want to do evaluation, definitely you are going to manage a project. You are going to manage people.
Yeah.
So that is something that is also added to it.
Now let's go a bit more into the training. Is this the first time it's happening in Ghana?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the first time it's happening, And then I just want people to come and have a feel or see what is really going on, so that they will see if there's a need for them to, register and then pay money and then do it.
Oh, okay. So this is just a free one.
So this is free for one.
Interesting. So if someone wants to be a part of it, what do I do? And of course, after this, would you be organizing subsequent ones that will be free too, or just after this you are going straight into the paid services?
Yeah. So when you get to a certain point, you also want to give back to society. Yeah. So this is not going to be the first of its kind. I'm talking about the free training. Right. It's not the first of its kind. From time to time, I'm going to do it to also support, society, people who are struggling and all that. So this is free. And if you want to join, you can just go to Rhythm Institute. Rhythm is RESM Institute, and then you register. When you register, we are going to send you a link, and then you can join the program. So it's purely free, just go join it, and we will be there to help you, take you through the practical steps that is needed in the real world. Not chew and pour, and then you get to the job, you cannot do it. So you know, when you look at the situation in Ghana right now, people graduate with first degree, they don't get a job, and then they think that, okay, let me do the masters so that will get me a job. But they complete their masters, they still come back home, you know. So, and trust me, if you are not independent, if you don't know the job, you cannot do it.
But you see, in this day and age, you have first degree and you want a job. The job you are about, or you've not gotten yet, someone is into master's field or studying masters and hoping to get another or a bigger salary. You are home and you think that you would want to do the degree, go and do masters, get into the job field with a big certificate to receive big money. But you think it's not right? You should just keep the first degree.
No, it's good to do it, but don't complete and not having the necessary skill sets.
Okay.
So that is my emphasis. You know, so if there are people who have that's what I told you. You know, those that I help, I coached to get admission for PhD in the US. When I wanted to interview them to see their competent level and see so that they can get admission, some of them were struggling. But if you look at their transcript, they have A. So what is lacking? It tells you that they are lacking the practical, because you know, when you are going for an interview in the US, they are not going to ask you like they do over here. What is research? What is evaluation? What is simple random sampling? What is this? No. That place, they are going to ask you like in a problem-solving manner. You know, so if you are doing this and this happened, what are you going to do? Instead of here asking you, what is this?
More of logical reasoning.
Exactly.
And testing your problem-solving skills.
Exactly. So that is what is lacking. So I'm coming to fill that gap so that, you know, you don't just graduate with first degree and because you are not getting a job, you want to do masters. Because if you have graduated the master's degree and I put a job research or evaluation job description, if you go through, you should be able to do all of them because you have reached that point. But here in Ghana, if you pick a research job description and there's somebody who has graduated with a master's, gone through all the research, done the thesis and everything, but the person who feels that I'm not independent enough, and you can't lie to yourself. If you cannot fulfill those responsibilities attached to a research associate or evaluation associate job, you know that you cannot do it. You cannot lie to yourself. So this is something that, you know, I want to take through the practical approach. So if you come to Rhythm Institute, I'm going to pick a job description of a research associate or a senior research associate, evaluation, whatever, and then take you through one by one so that by the time you finish, you know that, okay, when it's coming to designing the questionnaire, you can do it. Conducting an interview, you can do it. So that, you know, when you go out there, that is exactly what you are going to meet. You know,
wonderful.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
I wish we didn't end this conversation.
Yes, but we have to. We have to. So we've been talking to Samuel Owusu. He's a director and also an instructor at Research Evaluation Statistics Measurement. Samuel, before we let you go, contact details just in case someone is finding it difficult to even do the registration. Just how can we reach out to you for assistance?
Yeah, so if you go to our website, you know, www.rhythminstitute.com, you will find us there. And then we also have our email, info@rhythminstitute.com. That is also there. We also have our telephone number over there. So whatever that happens, just go online, search for Rhythm Institute, RESM Institute, and get in touch with us. If you are interested in participating in our free training, that is 26 April, we have 2 sessions. The morning session is from 9 to 11, and the evening session is from 5 to 7. So if you go to our website, just register any of the subject areas that you are interested in. Either you are interested in the research, the evaluation, the statistics, the measurement, just register. We will get your information and we will reach out to you with a link to join the interview.
So it's like, is that an in-person thing or it's virtual?
So everything is purely virtual, online. You know, so you can be at the comfort of your home and you can join us and then we will be good to go.
Most definitely. If I were you, look, I would be rushing onto the website by now because some things do not come on a silver platter, and this happens to be one. You are getting such good training free
for
of
free.
charge.
And you're going to get a lot of job opportunities.
Yes,
as a
free
result.
of charge. That's such a cool thing, because other places you would pay lots of money to be able to access some kind of information with this wait. So if I were you, I'll be rushing onto the website right now to do my registration before slots are booked. Thank you again so much. It's been an interesting conversation with you, and then we wish you all the best. We hope that you stay here, as you rightly said, and then help us, because we need the help.
Solve our problem.
Elevate the educational system here in Ghana. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
So that's Samuel Wusu, Director and Instructor of Research, Evaluation, Statistics and Measurement Institute, RISM. You're still watching Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. We're back with more.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there? Zebal won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
makela ke no ya ne meneke fe mo sha ko ba club me fe ke DJ ni wo hia ka wo hye ye Yesu gba mi amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Welcome back from that break. We are still live on Breakfast Daily right here at Channel 1 Television. Now it's time to have a spirit-filled conversation. When I say spirit-filled, you should know that the anointing is in the house. I've been joined by members from the Assemblies of God Ghana, Cedar Mountain Chapel International, and there's something happening they are going to be sharing with us. Joining me in the studio this morning, we have Michelle Finn, who is the head of public relations, the Audience of One, as well as Aram Arthur. She's an administrator, the Audience of One, and Dr. Victor Azuma, planning committee member, the Audience of One. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Jifa.
Good to have you.
Happy to be here.
Great. Now talk to us. What is happening? What's the Audience of One about? Who's taking that?
Okay, I think I'll start.
Okay, sure.
All right. First of all, I want to say a good morning to our father, Reverend Stephen Wengam. He has given us, of course, his approval to do everything we are doing. So we want to say good morning, Daddy. He's the General Superintendent of Assemblies of God, Ghana, and also the lead pastor of Cedar Mountain Chapel. And also good morning to all our pastors, all our church leaders, especially Reverend Obed. Thank you so much. And to everyone else at Cedar Mountain and Assemblies of God, hello. I hope you're watching. All right. So Tehillah Cedars is one of the contemporary choirs of Cedar Mountain Chapel. And by the grace of God, we are 10 years old. And as part of our 10-year anniversary celebrations, we are having an unprecedented, let me say, event on Friday.
Okay.
And we are calling it the Audience of One.
Right.
It's a 6-hour uninterrupted worship. I think Victor was saying something that in the era of tons, where we have, sing-a-thon and cook-a-thon and eat-a-thon, we are having a worship-thon.
Worship-thon, okay.
Right, so it's a 6-hour non-interruption, no interruption whatsoever. We're just going to be worshiping throughout, prayer marathon. Oh, did I say prayer?
Yeah,
worship marathon, uninterrupted. Yeah.
Now, is this purposely for the 10-year anniversary celebration, or there's more to it?
Okay, so as part of the 10-year anniversary, we have a lineup of activities that we're doing throughout the year. So this worship, 6-hour worship, is a part of it. We began with a lunch, which happened on Sunday in church. We'll be doing some outreach. We'll go to schools. We will also be specializing in the Legacy Chapel, which is an initiative by our father, who believes that we should be able to give back to the society. So we support the building of churches. So we will be undertaking a project as well. So quite a number of activities lined up for the year.
Interesting, but let's still stay on the 6 hours worship event that's going to happen. Now, somebody will be wondering, why worship? Isn't it going to be too boring? As Christians, what does worship even mean in our spiritual life or our spiritual growth in general?
Yes, so worship basically serves as a cornerstone in our walk and faith with God. In the Bible, it depicts that it's a way of connecting with God as well.
Okay.
We tend to pray for long hours, and when we sing, it becomes praise, and just worship is one of those ways to communicate or connect with our Father. Okay, so yes.
Yeah, and speaking of boring, I assure you it's not going to be boring at all. We have a long lineup. We have some amazing ministers in-house, Cedar Mountain Ministers of God. They are amazing, powerful. We also have some guest ministers on board as well. We have Minister Kofi Kakari. We have Pastor Edwin Datson. I mean, these two are the icing on the cake anyway. It's not going to be boring at all. I think the time will just fly just like that. And believe you me, you would want more. 6 hours won't be enough.
Most definitely. Now, for Christians, what are people, or what should people be expecting to take away after all the 6 hours? Because 6 hours, it's a lot though, but when you are into the spirit or zoomed into the moment of worship and all of that, just before you know it, time is fast spent. So if I'm coming with an expectation, what should I be expecting at the end of the program?
I think for most of it, the audience of one is just to say that have a moment with God.
Okay.
Have that intimate time with God. So with that as an expectation, with 6 hours of that, we believe that by the time you're leaving, the expectation you came with, if it is trusting God for marriage, trusting God for healing, or like me, I just want to have that moment in the whole, you know, life can be, you could be hit with so much, but that time of worship, that time of just staying put and saying that, God, I'm here, and it is between you and I, the audience of one. Come and be blessed.
Interesting. Now, let's speak about, you mentioned some of the artists that are going to be there. I've seen Minister Kofi Kakari, one of my favorite gospel ministers, by the way. And we also have Minister or Pastor Edwin Datson, and of course the Cedar Mountain Chapel choir, I'm sure, or the ministers in-house would also be there. Who are some of the people you've not talked to us about?
Okay, so many. We have Prince Dancel. Okay. We have our very own MD, Minister Nick Akono. We have Minister Lisa. We have Minister Hetty. We have Yannick. So many.
It's such a tall list, huh?
It
Because
is.
for 6 hours, you need all of these people to be able to hold the fort to finish it in praise.
And all of these people have, you know, blessed us in so many ways. And we have experienced them, we have seen them. They have led us in worship so many times. And I assure you, they are anointed and they are ready.
Where is this happening, and is it open to the public or solely for the members of your church? And if it's not for only the members of your church and I want to be a part of it, how do I be a part of it?
Right, so this is happening at Cedar Mountain Chapel, number 1 Lagos Avenue. Or for anyone who is bad at direction, Shiashi bus stop. Once you get there, we have numbers you can call. As well, we have buses that have been allocated advantage areas because Friday is a busy day, especially after work. So we'll convey everybody, and because of the time as well, we'll take everyone back to their homes, if possible, back to your door.
Oh, that's so cool. So you don't even have to stress about transportation or what?
No, by the grace of God, the church is providing buses. So we know that by the time we are done, it will be quite late, say 11:30, midnight. So we want to take everyone to, I'm sure Doc would have loved everyone to, you know, get, well, we pray everyone will get home safely, but at least we want to take you to, you know, a very good location close to your house, you know, advantage points.
Right, Doc mentioned that there will be buses at vantage points. Can you tell us some of the spots that people can access the bus to the location?
Okay, so because of Friday, it's rush hour, so we do not want to, you know, put too many people together. People will come late. So what we are saying is that just find your way to Shiashi when you are coming. Shiashi is very easy to locate. If you're driving, you know all the routes that you can use. But then when we close, we have buses lined up. We have some of the buses going to Medina, Adenta. We have some going to Spintex. We have some going to the La Paz area. So we are trying to cover all the areas that people will be going to. We are putting together a route map for the places where the buses will go to. So just follow us on our socials. Tehillah Cedars, we are on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on TikTok as well. Just follow us for more information as well. And admin is here, she will drop her number also. You can call her RSVP as well.
Right. Okay, admin, then go ahead, drop the number.
Please.
Yes, and
I'm dropping the number.
And please,
Okay, before admin does that, you want to say
you
something?
spoke about who is invited. Please, everyone.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, and it's free.
Members, non-members, it's free. No gate fee. Just come with yourself in your heart. Okay, and come and have a one-on-one with your maker.
Right.
Basically,
right.
that's all we need.
Okay, that's fine. Aram, let's hear from you then.
Yes, please, before I drop the number. So a friend WhatsApped me and asked, can I come with the family?
Okay.
So she has a 2-year-old. I said, yes. Grab the 2-year-old, grab daddy, and come. Let's come and worship. And she asked, what will I do with the 2-year-old in worship? Bring your clothes, tie him at your back, and have your moments with God. Yes.
That's all.
Yes. So the number is 054 0935508. 054 05409355508. Call me and I will be gladly there to answer and give you directions and everything you need to know about it.
Most definitely. So this Friday, 25th April 2025, the place to be is the Assemblies of God Ghana, Cedar Mountain Chapel, East Legon. So if you're coming from Accra Mall, just at the Shashi bus stop, you make a right turn. I've seen the church to the left, even before you get to the Lagos Avenue stretch of the road. So that's where it is. I'm sure it's easily located on the Google map as well. And they can bring you straight to the church. And the good thing about it is that right after service, you have a free ride to go home. So just find your way to the premises, have an encounter with Jesus, and then leave the rest to them. They'll take you to your various homes for you to. Say that again?
Certainly, we will.
Of course, of course. So it's going to be a 6-hour time of worship, non-stop. 6 hours full time of worship. Go and have an encounter with Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Or do you have any final words to say before we go?
Well, so finally, I'm really looking forward to seeing you all. This is not just a church program. This is a Christian community program. We have prayed so much, and it's time we worship. And I believe that sometimes you have to let go of everything that you're going through, okay? And just worship, and God will come through.
Just worship and God will come through for you. Thank you so much, Michelle Finn, Aram Arthur, and Dr. Victor Azuma. They are all, Michelle is the head of public relations, Aram is the administrator, as well as Dr. Victor. He's also a planning committee member, all from the audience of One. So we hope to see you on Friday, 25th of April. We are still live on Breakfast Daily. We'll take a quick breather. When we come back, the show continues. Do stay with us.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tank Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Welcome back to Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Earlier when we started the show, we asked you to share with us how you were able to get to work. One, was there a gridlock on your stretch? The rain situation in your area, among other things. A message came through, Jifa. Interesting message.
Yes, very
Hi, Channel
interesting
1.
one.
The rains are a blessing to me because I have the privilege of working from home and going to the office once a month.
And the person is in Dowenya.
Yes.
So I was asking you early on that, I mean, if you live in Dowenya,
how will you be going to?
Yes, why would you work from home?
But you see, working from home and going to the office once a month is convenient.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that's so cool.
So cool.
So you get to save your salary, the transportation fare and all that is in your pocket. If there's a fuel price hike, you're not
has
bothered.
nothing to
That
do.
is
It
going
has
to
nothing
translate
on
into
you.
Transport fare hike. It has nothing to do with you. But let's go down to some of the areas that we suspect that would have sort of flooding in these areas. Our man here, Stephen Wanompe, is joining us with some feed and some videos from the Kaneshi First Light area, and he's going to tell us what he has witnessed in that particular enclave. Mind you, areas like Weja to Kaswa also have their issues. An area like Shashi also, there is an issue there every now and then when it rains. But if Stephen is on, Stephen, good morning.
Hey, Philip.
I trust you are doing well.
I'm okay, Philip. How are you doing yourself?
We are doing great. What is the situation like at First Light, aftermath of rains?
So right here at First Light, which you know is a flood-prone area, there's not many signs, or there are not many signs of flooding going on. Just a few, puddles of water cutting around. Yeah. Just a few puddles. Also, there's police presence here. Directing traffic, making sure there's no hold up. But as far as the flooding is concerned, there's not much going on. There's not much going on, to be honest.
Is that to say that the Kaneshi area didn't experience heavy rains for that reason? We don't have much flood there, or per what you've been told by residents or motorists around, some sort of work has been done to get the water to flow when it rains?
After speaking with some residents in the area, they tell me that the rain came early, a bit early, yes, and I've done around, let's say, 4 or 5 somewhere there. So that is the reason they think there's no flooding going on as of now. Yes, most of them came here around 7:30 to set up shop and start business for the day. You can still see a few of them still, open up shop because the rain beneath that. However, they tell me that the flooding are not serious today because of the time the rain came. So as to whether they are indicating that the drainage system did its job over here, I'm not entirely sure myself, but that's what I'm told.
All right, Steve, so I'm concerned about the sanitation issue, especially when we experience rainfall or heavy rainfall as we had earlier this morning. What is the sanitation situation in Kaneshie and some of the areas you've been through?
Well, you can see the amount of refuse at the side of the road. Gathered at the side of the road over there. The pavement blocks are settled. We have rubbish all gathered here. You can see gutters have not had you know, the rubbish is packing at the side of the gutters. As I'm speaking to you now, I'm seeing individuals attempting to clean, but it's obvious that that's the state of the place as we speak. Yeah.
I see. You mentioned that they are saying that's a regular practice over there.
Yes.
So were you able to engage some of them as to why that has become a regular practice and why maybe the sanitation, what's the name, the Zoom Lion or whichever private organization is responsible for collecting the trash hasn't come for it yet, and we are seeing exposure of trash all over the streets?
But from interacting with them, a lot of them tell me that they do come, but as to how often it is, they can't tell. It's only like it's rare at this point in time.
Again, are we seeing plastic waste in some of the drains in Kaneshie and its areas, or the drains are covered?
No, the drains are not covered. We are seeing plastic waste. We are seeing shoots, the pewter rubbish, the styrofoam, and all that, all over the place. Yeah.
Interesting.
So, Stephen, before the first light area that you are currently stationed, I'm sure you drove through some areas before you got to the place. How is it like in general? Did you witness any gridlock or traffic is flowing?
During when I was going around, I passed around on Dock Hall and those areas, and I didn't see any gridlock. The traffic lights are functioning. The places that have the traffic lights functioning have police stations there, so there's not much of gridlock going on there. However, the puddles of water persist all around those areas, as well as the amount of plastic waste gathered at the side of the road. Yeah.
Were the police officers there from MTTD? Is that to say that the traffic lights there aren't working, or they are just there to also augment the efforts of the traffic lights?
The main traffic light here at First Light Kaneshie is not working. It's not functional. So the police are the ones who are serving to, regulate the flow of traffic here.
Is the traffic lights malfunctioning as a result of this morning's rain, or how long has this been? Have you been able to find out?
Engaging people on that. I'm told that the traffic lights had issues before the rain came.
Steve, do something for us. There are shops around. I'm sure they may be preparing for the rains ahead. If you could engage one or two of them, find out for us what their preparation is like as we are going to experience more rains, because you know that for the First Light Kaneshie area, often it's flat. So if with this rain that we witnessed this morning hasn't resulted in much flood there, what is the preparedness for the shop owners or people who stay around as we are expecting more rains in the coming days?
All right, so I'm here in a shop of a gentleman who sells TV sets right at the edge of the traffic lights, and I'm going to engage them on that regard. Hello, sir. So we have seen that the rains have come suddenly at dawn today, and we want to know what preparations are you making for the rains that come, because the rains come with different issues. So what preparations are you making for the coming rains?
Okay, yeah, no, I have been high na year. I am an to put in a big apple. Another general shop in the corner, and say I am a big way. That is so much promise and some to show me your bottom. Your from a fast or my bottom and some another young bottle. Panitia too. It is a I had a change in started maybe an original because the sun and city were from the and say, Yama, I'm a situation. Okay,
So what he's saying is that right now, since the rains are coming and the rains come with floods, they lift up and take in their items or their wares into their shops to prevent them from being damaged by the rains that come. Also, he's telling me that the promise that the gutters will be done. I want to ask him who specifically promising that. But why am I not promising to tell me gutters?
Oh, a ban of promises of our gutters, Nana, and this is a man started to start Adam or Madeba. If you show me no more than a cancer, but Omuyan, by a mob way, but Senabayan Suna, 30 years ago. When you saw more, you're here. And
okay. So he's saying once again that the government has promised to do the gutters for them to help drainage work smoothly and prevent the flooding from causing them a lot of damage to their wares and their items being sold right here at Kanisi First Light.
While you were engaged, he made mention of some desilting that should happen and also what they are going to do for their shops. Have they started the process now, or they are waiting for the rains to come, then the place gets flooded before they would pick or take action to remedy the situation when there is flooding in the area?
Okay, when we say you choke gutters now. Because I said, oh, my year, I must have to tell 1 year, India found a idea, almost be rubbish because of the and I said, yeah, you say, yeah, and I pick you got them. But the 10 moment I entry, the 10 I feel a gut on my gut and I am about rubbish in idea, and I will make it. And the pick you, you shouldn't tell you, you know, yeah, boy, a song of mine. You say, yeah, and I can't every day. It's one of these Ramian, you rubbish in the gut on them. No, you lie of 1 number for 4. Okay. So from what he is saying, he's telling me that every morning they make sure that they themselves take out rubbish from the gutters, you know, and then gather them at the side of the roads. And the only thing that is a bother as far as that's concerned is when the sand and other items, substances gather inside the gutters and the waterways. But aside that, I think if they are saying that they are okay with that.
Of Zoom Lion or the service providers, how often do they come to that area to get refuse out of the space?
Okay. So from what he's telling me, this particular individual, he's telling you that they come here every maybe 3 days or more and come and pick the rubbish that they gather at the side of the road. So they gather the rubbish themselves from the gutters, and then Jimla comes in maybe 3 days or more later, and then comes to pick up the rubbish.
Let's find out from them what they also make of the coming rains and how prepared they would be in the First Light area. In fact, that area is it's a place where every now and then when it rains, the place floods. Pamprum, Abosokai, Obechebi, Lamte area. I'm sure because of the construction of the Obechebi Lamte runabout, so that area too gets flooded. But now that I think they are done with the phase 2 of the project, so you'd find the issue going down small. Another bad area is the Musuku or the Moose area along the Fankor to Achimota stretch. So this is the outer lane. Yeah, this is what you are seeing on the screens. Outer lane. And the problem with this area we've always been talking about is how choked the drains are.
Philip,
and the drains
my
get
imagination, you know,
as a result of sand. The sand in the waste materials, plastic waste, like we stated, and a lot of things. And also we have open drains. Yeah. And certainly, if you have open drains, you should expect that the sand will get stuck in there. And I don't know how often they embark on communal labor to get these drains desilted.
As I was saying, it beats my imagination because you see our highways so choked that cars find it even difficult to use the road. And I'm like, what is going on? Look, some parts of East Legon, especially Shashi, when it rains or when we have heavy downpour, you should go on that stretch of the road and see for yourself. It's very disheartening and disturbing. And you see people trying to empty their waste cans or trash into the gutters with the mindset of insuno de nebeko, typical Ghanaian way of thinking. Anyway, we have our colleague Stephen Wainompe back on the line. Hi, Steve.
Hello, Jika.
Good to have you back.
Sorry?
Good to have you back.
Yes, good to be back.
Right, we lost you briefly, but have you been able to get some more residents to engage so we see what they think or how ready they are for the rains?
Yeah, so I'm standing here with a gentleman who also owns a shop. Yeah, so his name is Nana Poku, and then as we speak, he's holding a broom and trying to, sweep the water from the sidewalk here at Kaneshi First Light. According to him, this happens whenever it rains, so they have to do this whenever it rains, sweep the water from the sidewalk so they can then use that sidewalk to, go up and about their daily business. Also, he's telling me that, so there's a gutter here at the side where the shops are based, and then you can clearly see that the rubbish has been brought out by the water when it overflowed. So I think that was when we hadn't gotten here. That was earlier today. So you can see that there's rubbish that's been brought by the water to the edge of the road itself. It's just lying there, and then the residents and then the shop owners, they are the ones who are doing the job of grabbing that rubbish and then making a little pile at the side of the road and waiting for it to be collected.
Right.
Right. So
Okay.
Steve, thanks for your time and keep monitoring events for us there. What we are seeing in the sky is the rain has stopped a bit, and we are just hoping and praying that there won't be any flood in the area, especially Kaneshi. I keep mentioning Kaneshi because it's a hub market area, and people's properties or wares or items or products often get spoiled as a result of the flood in the area. Imagine you are selling a refrigerator and the place is standing. You get a lot of people selling their second-hand fridges and refrigerators there. So if water should enter into that electronic appliance, imagine
losing money
it's
from
going
your
to
business.
get spoiled. And you made mention of the Shashi area. Another space in front of the University of Ghana, the other entrance where the stadium is, you would see that place also gets flooded.
A lot.
But just recently, a group, Bus Stop Boys and other individuals went there to desilt the
gutters,
drain so that at least when it rains, it will move. What we are calling for is for the authorities to do what is needful, because Environmental Protection Authority has warned that this year we should expect more rains. And if you are saying just a drop or two or three falling down and there isn't any flood, maybe we are excited, but we don't know what lies ahead of us. Just recently, the president also commissioned a group that's supposed to go around to ensure that flood-prone areas are dealt with, and areas where people are also building on waterways or in waterways should also be dealt with. The Ramsar side, Sakumo Ramsar side, Malam, Tema area, and other places too should also be dealt with. So fortunately, in Accra, it rained, but no gridlock yet. The rains or the water has receded, and areas like the Ofankor to Achimota Road, the Shashi area, the Weja area, the Kaneshi First Light area, we are not seeing much of a problem there. But I hope we are going to prepare more and better for the rains ahead.
Of course, most definitely. We all have to be citizens and not spectators, and do make sure that as you are gathering your refuse from the house, do not go and throw it into the drains hoping that when the rain comes down, it will take it away. It won't take it anywhere. It will come back to all of us. So thank you so much for joining us on this morning's episode of Breakfast Daily. It's been an amazing time spent with you here on television. We are grateful that you spent time with us. To those who sent your messages, thank you. It's time to call it a day. My name is Jifa Kedi Akutu, and I did this with
Philip Nihlate. Many thanks for your time, and keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut.
How Zebaut there?
Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talents, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Good evening, and you're very welcome to the Friends and Family Show. Tonight, we're hanging out with the two wonderful people. We're going to be talking about something that we really need to discuss because it's very, very important. My name is Noyo Kwote. From now to 7 p.m., we're about to have a swell time, and we're coming to you live from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. And the show is always interactive, so you can actually call in, send us messages, whatever it is you want to tell us, we will discuss on the show. Well, today we're talking about making the right choices before you get married. You know, it's something that you definitely would want to talk about before you get into it, out of it, inside of it, however it is that you want to get into. But we really need to get to know all the choices, making the right choices before we get married. We'll take a break. When we're back, we will get into this conversation. One more time, you're on the Friends and Family Show, and you're very welcome.
Mido, you're not Biana. I'm for you have a swing every time upon I just a baby shit. Mangashi.
Junior! I'm saying so enough for maybe the no.
Sister Kuspa. You're welcome back to the Friends and Family Show. And tonight we're talking about making the right choices before marriage or making the right choices into marriage. My name is Noyo Kwote, and I have in the studio two wonderful people, like I said before. And we have Hannah Abrahams up here, who is a pastor, counselor, and an author. I've read some of your books. They're very interesting.
Lovely.
Yeah. And again, we have Mr. Victor Elom Moga, who is a team lead, Melvic Technologies and Repeller. Yeah. You're welcome into the studio tonight. Yeah. So we're talking about making the right choices before marriage or with marriage partners. I think that would be perfect. You know, making the right choices with marriage partners, because it will be a husband, a wife, right? So what's some of the things that you need to look out for? Are we looking? You meet the person and you go like, my heart just sank. So he's the one. You know, as we ladies will do. You know, you meet your partner and you go like, or you meet someone and the person is probably busting all the bubbles. You know, try to write bubbles, busting all the bubbles. Going, I think that's the right person. Do we deal with that, or you think that you need to do other things?
Well, thank you. Interesting question. Marriage itself is a very long journey. Mm-hmm. Yes. So before you go into it, right, you have to really prepare for it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And now you can go in it and work out. I mean, but before, when I was getting married, they tell you marriage is a long journey. From my faith perspective, you don't go in marriage and easily walk out. Okay. So before you go into it, then there are some things that you really have to look out for. Be very prepared. For example, you look at the values that you both share. It is something that you can accommodate. Mm-hmm. The faults of nobody is perfect. Okay. The faults of your partner. Is this something that you can tolerate? These things, you don't learn these things in just a month. So it has to always start from somewhere. Okay, so you learn on the go. Yes, you learn on the go. There are some things, let me say, red flags that you see. Oh, don't use the word yet. We'll come to the red flags. We have to find out. Of course, if we're there are some signs that you see, mm-hmm, and then you feel like, no, this one is a no-no. For everybody should be able to have that kind of honest conversation with him or herself. Okay. There's no one size fits all in marriage. Okay. I'll be very frank about it. But at least there are a lot of people that are successful in marriage. Mm-hmm. So at least you can look at what's worked for them, and then you can add it to yours, subtract from yours, and then, you can make this journey worthwhile. So for me personally, the shared values are I'm someone who cannot tolerate a disrespectful person. Eh? Yeah. So this is a value that I really cherish. Mm-hmm. Someone's own might be, this is somebody who doesn't have money. Like, that's somebody's value. Yes. But mine... Just like that? Yes. No, you want to share the particular agenda. You don't want to go straight to it. You want to share the particular agenda. Of course. So with my point, I looked out for someone who is very respectful. And then with that, you look at the other ones, and then, So let me just start with this.
Okay, Antonia.
Yes, I'm excited hearing all the views that he's brought. Well done, thank you. Basically, when we are talking about partners, I just want to bring a teaser from that end. You know, when you say partners in today's global world, what are you looking at? Because when people use the word partners, they may not necessarily be thinking of marriage, and it may not be male and female. So let's,
we're going there.
You must set the stage very well for marriage. If we're using the biblical concept, then we are talking of a male and female partners in this point, but not just partners as in partners, because people still get married, but they are either similar gender or not. But from the Bible perspective, a male and female want to come together, want to spend their life together. Eventually, what should they look out for? First and foremost, just like you mentioned, there's this, I saw him, I loved him, and oh my God, I got it. You know that feeling? Good. Many people feel that, well, that's what they are looking out for to be able to determine whether they got a good partner or not. But it's important to know that in determining a partner, first and foremost, who are you? You. What do you want? Many people have no idea who they are. Many people have no idea of what they want. And so they just
go with the flow.
They just go with the flow. It's like, well, when I meet them, I would like it or I would love them. And so they don't know who they are, what they want. They don't know where they are even going. They don't have a clear purpose in life. Because when these are clear, then it's able to define the kind of person who can fit into your purpose. The kind of person who can fit into your lifestyle, your personality, your ideologies, your belief systems. And so when you clarify these things, both as a male or as a female, then you start searching. So if you are the females, well, they claim we shouldn't search, but you know, females can also search without without being looking like we are desperate. You say, you smile a lot more. You say hi when you need to say hi. Send text messages. So character, very vital. Person, his values, the beliefs that he has, what are his key principles, his faith.
So write on that, just going to write on that one. The very first value. Which of these should be priority? Should that first thing be love? Should it be facial? Should it be feeling? So which of them, what I'm trying to ask is which of these should be priority? Which of these values should be priority?
Which of these, the ones you have mentioned, will depend on the person. Because somebody will want love. When you say love, it's broad. Which aspect of the love? Is it the feeling aspect or the commitment? Because love is basically a commitment, but it's also an emotion that is expressed. So are you looking for the emotional aspect or the commitment? There are people who are emotional, but they don't have the commitment to go.
I love you. No, because there are people who actually say that, I'm in love with you, but I don't want to commit.
Exactly. Because commitment is sacrifice. And that's where the forefathers and our parents were able to survive, because they didn't have the emotions leading, they had the commitment. And so I'm staying with him whether his character is flawed or not. I stick to him, I stay with my children.
So that's a commitment.
That's commitment. Love is sacrificial. Easter.
Love is a lot of work, actually. Yeah, so for example, with my wife, for instance, sometimes we can have an argument and all of that, and I come home and she has dried a lot of things on the dry line, her clothes or something, and it's raining. You know, I have to still go and take those things. There are shared responsibilities that we do, not because I am mad at you or something like that.
So you let the food burn on fire.
You just have to. So you just have to show up. That is love. You just have to.
It doesn't matter how you're feeling at that point. It doesn't matter
how you are feeling at this point, at that point in time. You just have to work towards it. You just have to show up. That's the love. But last time I saw something, and I think it really, I really liked it. The kind of love that sustains marriage has got little to do with emotions. Has got a lot to do with action.
Say that again. Actually, it's not connected.
Yes, the kind of love that sustains marriage has got little to do with emotions.